Good afternoon. I would like to call to order our Board of Education work session for Monday, August the 1st. Is there a motion to approve our agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. And just to let everyone know, Stacy is on her way. She's just running a little bit late.
Just a point of personal privilege, I'm not gonna ask that anything be added to the agenda, but I am curious as to if we could get that safety thing and our SRO proposal down a little bit better, hopefully for our next meeting or something. I have no idea.
Thank
Just a
you.
thought.
At this time, Mr. Dennison, would you lead us in Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Yes, ma'am. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we'll take just a moment of silence. Thank you. Next, we have several pending action items with discussion, so we're just going to get right into our agenda. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Board. Thank you for being here this afternoon. We do have several items to work through this afternoon. The first is the required endorsement of our puberty and reproductive health and safety education curriculum. I want to start out, if I may, just by thanking our team that's worked on this. You see the leaders of that team here, Dr. Metcalf, Ms. Gephardt, Ms. Sykes, who've led that, but we also had an impressive group of helpful living and PE teachers who've worked on revising this curriculum and utilizing a curriculum that can be forward-facing, that can be on our district's website for all parents and community to view as they see fit. And before I turn it over to the team to highlight this information that does come with my recommendation that's approved by you, I would like to thank Mr. Levy and Ms. Carter, who also served in an advisory role and a consultant role with the team and met with them and had discussions with the team and pointed out some areas of thought and feedback. And before I turn it over, I'd like to see if Mr. Levy or Ms. Carter had any comments they'd like to share.
Yeah, first of all, I am correct, and because I've only had this final draft of it for just a little bit, there weren't any additions or corrections other than that which we discussed. Am I correct?
There were no new additions, just the items that you suggested we make some
Okay.
changes with.
Well, I want to first of all commend the team for having done what I believe personally is an excellent job. This is perhaps the most difficult type of a course to create. And we're doing a couple of things. Number one, we are making it forward-facing, which means, and by the way, I did have an objection to the letter. I don't know if Dr. Metcalf, you saw that. That any parent will be able to go onto a URL and will be able to see the entirety of this, okay? And I thought that the team also did an excellent job considering the sensitivities of people from Moore County. This is definitely a Moore County program. This is not a Wake County program. And so long as we can keep those people from East Carolina, when they come in to train our people, to tell them that we don't want an East Carolina program either. That I think you've done an excellent job, and I intend to vote in favor of this. I will at the end be talking about the letters that are going out, because I sent, and maybe I'll just leave it at that, I sent a copy to the board of a template that I thought was a better template, but that has nothing to do with the course itself. The course itself, in my opinion, is very, very, very solid, sticking to the facts, sticking to biology, and sticking to what children need to know about such things.
I want to concur with what Mr. Levy just said and thank Ms. Sykes and Ms. Gephardt and Dr. Metcalf and the committee of teachers who spent a lot of time in this last, I guess, over the course of a year to make this all happen. The hours, energy, and brain power must have been immense. And the successful application of community values, which is what Bob was referencing, community values integrated with the state standards is very impressive. It shows through on every grade level. And I think we can be so proud of feeling community sentiment and yet making sure that our children receive the education that they deserve. Senate Bill 279 requires this. It requires every other system in the state to do this, to provide information in an open and honest forum. Our curriculum team has made every effort to see that this is done. I want to say thanks also, and we talked about this in the committee, to the PE instructors who have to do double duty, teaching at their own schools and then covering a same-sex spot for classes at another school. I think it's invaluable that students receive their instruction from children of the same sex. It makes it much easier for discussion and might open the door for some really serious questions that can be resolved. My thanks also to the curriculum department and our IT department who make this forward-facing. Any parent or guardian can access this information whenever they want, and you can easily check out what your children are being taught, and if necessary, then contact the teacher or principal for further information. It makes it so clear. I'm also glad, and Bob didn't mention this, but on the letter, it does require both either an opt-in or an opt-out. There's no, oh, I didn't bother to return the letter, so I'll just get to go. I think that that's really important, that parents know that this curriculum is started, and I don't know at what point in the year it is run, because I know that's sort of a revolving door through the schools, but that parents will know that this curriculum is beginning, and they can discuss items with their children at home as well, because that's an important part of education. But to those parents who are able to provide their children with the same material and discuss their family values, I applaud them for making this an important part of your child's education. These are difficult topics, and some parents do not embrace the idea of discussing them at home. Thus, the state has put this responsibility on our healthy living courses. And I think it's with great pride, and I'm sorry, I'm very emotional about this. I know how much work went into this program. It's phenomenal. And I think we can have great pride in adapting a bigger program into one that fits our community and putting it out there for everyone to see. So thank you so very much.
Well, thank
Sorry,
Thank
my
you.
Kleenex.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. We appreciate it. Mr. Levy, really want to thank you both for your input. It was invaluable to us. Did receive your letters earlier this morning, Mr. Levy. Appreciate that. We've updated those letters several times over a course of over the last few months, and I think we're getting closer. But appreciate the input from today, and I think that'll get us even closer to where we need to be with those letters. So thank you very much, and again for your input with this. You are correct, Ms. Carter. We are provided guidance through Senate Bill 279 on our puberty education. That, along with your own policy, 5056-6750, provide us a direction along with the standards that we needed to go. We had several goals. You've already mentioned them several times. One, we wanted to be as transparent as possible. We wanted to make sure that we align to the standards, but at the same time meet the needs of Moore County students and Moore County families, as you mentioned, Mr. Levy. And we want to make sure that it was front-facing, available to anybody who wanted to see it, that it was available, freely available on our website, and that messaging got out. So those were our goals as we started this process. The process was really led by Lindsay Sykes and Donna Gephardt. And I'm going to turn over to them to give you a little bit more guidance on what got us here and where we're going and how we developed it.
Good evening. I'm very excited to say that this curriculum, as Dr. Locklear and Ms. Carter and Mr. Levy mentioned, is at the work of our Moore County Schools health and PE teachers. We had 8 teachers in a room with Lindsay and myself, and we went through every word, every picture, every video that was there. Our teachers critiqued. We had a notebook that was a mile wide of all the changes that we made. So I want to stress, we were able to build off of the East Carolina curriculum and modify it to our needs. So as Mr. Levy and Ms. Carter mentioned, we have really, with the input of those 8 teachers, have made this a Moore County curriculum for reproductive and health safety. It will be front-facing, and I know that was a goal that we had, is to be very transparent with our families. So because it is East Carolina, I do want to just stress again, you could Google East Carolina puberty curriculum, and you're going to see their curriculum. But we have modified that, but we are allowed to put it front-facing on our website so that it is our curriculum documents from our health and PE teachers. Parents and guardians will have to opt in or opt out, which I think is a very critical piece to this, so that we get a letter. Our PE teachers will call families to make sure that parents are aware, so that they can get they can choose to opt in or opt out. We also, Ms. Sykes has worked diligently on a curriculum for those students that opt out, who do not want to be part of the puberty, reproductive health safety. And that curriculum goes more with cleanliness, washing your hands. Why is that important? Why we use deodorant for our underarms, etc. So she has put together a really great curriculum. I do want to point out and just note that this year DPI is starting a revision process of PE and healthful living standards. This will be about a 3-year process, so we do envision that in about 3 years we'll be bringing curriculum update back to the board. But they're at the input stage only, where they're gathering input for for their upcoming standards. So next year they'll be working on the standards, and the year after that we'll be moving towards implementation in districts. So grade 4 starts with, and we're just going to give sort of an overview. I call grade 4 it's a 2 or 3 day unit that really helps us understand what our bodies do in puberty. One of my favorite videos in this one is just how the mood swings happen, and that boys and girls both experience mood swings. It talks about the emotions during puberty and how we need to have, what are the healthy relationships we need to have and unhealthy relationships. So it's really centered on relationships. And Lindsay will tell you a little bit about 5th grade.
Hello. So for 5th grade, we have it slated for 3 to 4 days, and we give it an extra day just for pacing for teachers to give them time to get all the information in. So for 5th grade, we actually just kind of build a little bit more on what 4th grade started. So we definitely look at, we have the students recall what we talked about for puberty, what are the characteristics that they're going to start to develop. We look at their onset of reproductive capacity. We look at the inaccurate, accurate sources of information. So we really start to hone in on who are those people that you can trust? Who are your trusted adults? Where are you going to get this information, and how do you know that it's accurate information? You know, you can go ask, your teacher, and they might tell you one thing, but is that always the accurate information? So we really teach our students how to find the most accurate information. We look at the male and female reproductive systems. We look at how society can influence students on their choices, whether it's their behavior choices. We call these, risky behaviors for young students, anything from smoking to drugs to early sexual activity. We talk about the consequences of those and how those will later affect their lives. And then we also talk about, we also do where we have male and female students separately, and we have male teachers teach male students and female teachers teach female students.
6th grade is around 5 to 6 days. Again, we give flexibility to our teachers, but this is to explain the impact of early sexual activity on physical, mental, emotional, and social health. We also, in this unit, work on setting SMART goals and helping our students realize how to be goal-oriented and how having a goal, how having a child would impact those goals. We get into, again, the healthy relationship and unhealthy, looking more at the abusive relationships. And we also look at I call this the biology course, because we get into the biology of the menstrual cycle for the female. And again, the courses are taught separately by male and female.
For 7th grade, we look at 6 to 7 days for this one. We actually continue with the SMART goals all the way through middle school. So they establish their SMART goals in 6th grade, and then 7th grade and 8th grade, we continue to talk about those goals that you set for yourself in 6th grade are you on track? How are those goals going for you? What are some decisions that you've made that may have thrown your goals off track a little bit? And then how can we get you back on track? We look at, again, we talk about healthy and unhealthy relationships, and we really talk a lot about the relationships with their friends and with their teachers, because they're in the throes of puberty. These emotions are going to start to change, and their relationships with their friends and their peers are going to start to look a little bit different. Also with their parents. It's not always, boy-girl relationship, a loving relationship. It's any kind of relationship. We look at the benefits of abstinence and what happens when you make that decision to delay intercourse, and staying with our SMART goals and staying on track. And in 7th grade, this is where we really talk abstinence is key. This is, we hone in on it every single day. We talk about, it's the 100% only way to guarantee that you will not get an STD or become pregnant. So we do really hit on abstinence. We do talk about STDs, and we talk about the fact that preventing STDs and then identifying if in the case that it happens and what you can do to protect yourself or to get help. We look at strategies to stay safe, to reject inappropriate or unwanted sexual advances, and to report indecencies to an adult. And this goes back to finding your safe person, finding that person that you can talk to and that you can trust, your trusted adult. And again, we continue through every grade level to teach males separately from females.
The new piece to the 7th and 8th grade that was not in the previous curriculum was about sexting and looking at human trafficking. That is added in this curriculum so that we are complying with Senate Bill 279. 8th grade is a 7 to 8 day, and again, it builds off of what goes on in 7th grade. Again, a big focus is on those SMART goals and making the right decisions to stay healthy, making sure that you are aware of the choices you make and how those choices will impact you as you move through your high school career. Abstinence is always a focus, but we also, in this course, get a little bit into here are ways to stay safe and prevent pregnancy at an early age. So from our 7th and 8th grade, it is definitely the reproductive and health safety. And again, it looks at that sexual abuse and what that means. So very, very intense course by the time we move to 7th and 8th grade. I do want to just say, and this I think is the most important slide, because these 8 teachers wordsmithed every word. Lindsay, I know, changed 100 pictures because they were very adamant that this be reflective of what they could be proud to teach in Moore County. So a special thanks to our committee, which was Ms. West, Mr. Perry, Ms. Harms, Ms. Fields, Ms. Sweeney, Ms. Marks, Mr. Blackman, and Ms. Kinsman. They ranged from elementary to middle school teachers. So this committee was made up, and the elementary participated in the middle, and the middle participated in the elementary. So there was good dialogue, and they were from different areas in the county. So that this is truly what I consider I'm very proud to say that this is a Moore County curriculum that we could be very proud of.
Of course, once again, once this is endorsed by the board, if it's endorsed by the board, it'll immediately be put up on the website for the community to be able to review at their will.
Any additional questions, Dr. Locklear?
No, ma'am, no additional input to
Okay.
myself. Again, thank you to the team and to our teachers and
Okay.
to the board members who served and gave us some great feedback. Thank you.
Okay. I have just a couple of questions. Are the days of instruction, are those consecutive days, like for the 8th grade, the 7 to 8 days, those are consecutive days of instruction, right?
Yes, ma'am, they teach them consecutively. So the goal is that we have it slated for 2 times a year. So we would have the teachers teaching it the 2 weeks before we go out for Christmas break, and then the 2 weeks before we go out for spring break.
Okay. And for the comments on the sending the letters out and the parents having to respond either to opt in or to opt out. So for those parents who are not responding, slow to respond, what will our process be for those individuals to assure that they're in the loop?
So we send the letters out 30 days before the curriculum is actually taught. So the teachers actually have a date of what we call the drop date, where the letters have to go home. Once they get to the halfway point, then we do inventory to see what's left, and that's when we start calling
Okay.
students' parents to see if did they receive the letter or did they need a new copy.
Okay,
That was the reasoning to doing both the opt-in and opt-out, because a lot of kids opt themselves out if they don't pay the dad. If I don't show my mom, I don't have to go.
okay.
So that's why we really wanted that opt-in, opt-out as long as
Right.
the safety net of now you have to show mom and dad. We will continue to call if we are missing letters, but if we get a no, then it's a no, and they go in, and we've got a whole separate thing for them to do.
Okay. And my last question is with regard to our curriculum on our website, forward-facing. Is there any type of disclaimer that we have to put, recognizing that, like your comment, Donna, that the East Carolina, and then we edit it to fit Moore County? Is there anything that we have to post in regards to that, or are we good, or what?
We don't have to post that, but I would want us to put modified from East Carolina University
Exactly,
curriculum.
exactly.
They are going to actually come work with our teachers on our curriculum, as Mr. Levy
Okay.
said, not theirs.
Okay.
I want you to take what we
Exactly,
modified and share
exactly.
how to do the activities and what to say around our
Okay.
topic. So,
Okay.
but we will definitely put, because I don't want a parent to see East
Exactly,
Carolina
exactly.
and then go to that because all of their curriculum is front-facing currently. And I want them to know that we've spent a lot of time making this Moore County curriculum.
Thank you, and that was going to be my point, is that so many parents, you hear different things, but we just want everyone to know that this is our Moore County curriculum that's been tried and true, and what we are presenting to our students. Board members, do you have any comments? Mr. Hensley?
I just have a follow-up question to one of Ms. Thompson's questions, because I'm not sure it was answered, I must have missed it. So if a parent, if a form is not returned, you get neither a yes or no, so then what do you do with that student?
So we phone call. So if we don't get any form back at all, that's when we make contact with the parent via phone call. We are okay with taking verbally over the phone. If mom says, no, I don't want them to participate, then that student will go into the media center, and then they have a separate topic to work on that day. If the parent says yes, then we just notate that on the student sheet that we got a verbal confirmation. But any student that does not return a form, I am pushing, and my teachers do it anyway, that they will make verbal contact with those parents to get a yes or
And
no.
if they don't?
Then the kid is on a no. If we don't get any answer from the parent, then we automatically make that child a
Okay,
no.
thank you. So
Yes,
if
sir.
there's no response, no, so really it's an opt-in. It's really
Yeah,
an
more
opt.
so than
Well,
anything.
it's an opt-in, because if you don't get a response, then they're not included.
Yeah.
So that's an
So-
opt-in mechanism, but you want people to say, you're hoping that parents respond
Correct.
one way or the other.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any-
Just one quick follow-up. And the reason the East Carolina curriculum was modified, do I remember that you said East Carolina got a grant from the state
They
to
did.
create this curriculum?
They worked in collaboration with the Department of Public Instruction to create this unit to be utilized across North Carolina. So we definitely appreciate ECU, and that was one of the things that our goal was versus the Help Alliance, where it was all on a stick and we couldn't put that front facing because of copyright. We found in East Carolina was like, no, you can do whatever you want with ours, you can modify it, you can tweak it. But because they had written the grant with the Department of Public Instruction, there was a very close alignment to standards.
Mhm. But so if a person is enrolled in another school system and they've taken the ECU curriculum, it doesn't mean they're having our Moore County curriculum.
No,
Because
Could be correct.
systems could do just straight out the ECU curriculum. Well,
Just-
again, my thanks for modifying it to suit our local standards and the moral values that we have within Moore County.
And again, thanks to our teachers. Our teachers had great discussion. They really, I commend them.
Just,
Did you say?
yeah, just one further question. We're going to make an effort to try to get this out in Spanish as well, I assume.
Of course.
All right,
Yes.
and noting that for some, our parents run the whole gamut from PhDs to people who haven't finished high school. So the Lexile level of these things needs to be compatible with every parent's reading ability, and knowing that some things, simple things translate well, complicated things don't translate well at all. But one other thing, thank you so very, very much. I think this is one of the most difficult jobs you can hand to teachers. Not only you guys who made the curriculum, but also those teachers who are going to teach it, because there are all sorts of landmines, and they. I want to make sure that everyone knows it's not just that we're getting some help from East Carolina, but that our people will be trained specifically to handle such things, in addition to our very, very good training that obviously they get being a certified teacher.
Yes.
But we're taking every possible precaution on this.
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Thanks again.
If I just, I
Stacy.
just want to make a comment. And the grade, if you can pull up just grade 8, real quick, sorry. The second, I'm sorry, goodness, where'd it go? The one where they were talking about internet relationships. I saw that. I don't know where.
It should be the third one, use decision-making.
Yes,
strategies.
there it is.
Yes, ma'am.
That is huge. So I'm very thankful for you guys putting that in, because that's all those kids do now, is talk through social media, and Discord is huge. So I thank you for that. And to the group that you have there, I know plenty of those PE teachers, especially Miss Harms. Wonderful, wonderful selection that you did.
Thank you.
So one thing that we don't have, and Mr. Levy was a big proponent in this, and he really pushed for the internet. So it doesn't come up until 8th grade, but we actually went back and we built it into 6th and 7th, because they do use it for
Yes.
everything.
Yeah.
So we definitely, and when we went back and looked at it, we did build in a couple of slides that weren't there to make sure that 6th and 7th graders had access to that information too.
Thank you, Mr. Levy.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank you very much.
again for all of your work by the team, and Bob and Libby for your time. I know that we had several subcommittees that are subgroups that have met through July, end of June, for all of our board members. So board members, thanks for taking time to meet with subcommittees. I think it's been very helpful. Whenever we come back and present that, I just think it's helpful for us. So thanks again. Moving to our next item, child nutrition meal fees for school year. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, ma'am, and we appreciate, again, when we have the opportunity to have board members informally advise and consult on some work that we're doing as a staff. I think it helps. It helps us see it from a different perspective, and make sure we're being real clear and meeting the needs of our district. Mr. Baraff, Ms. Lovelady is coming to join us. John did talk a little to the board about in previous presentations that we would be needing to come back to you in August and talk to you about our child nutrition fees for the next school year. We were awaiting information from the USDA, and we got that, I think, just last week, on what their reimbursement rates were going to be. We appreciate Ms. Codwell, who met with John and Jan and gave some feedback, and I want to thank John and Jan for their work on this, and you'll see there is a recommendation for an increase in fees going into the next year, but they're going to lay out some groundwork to that. Ms. Codwell, again, thank you. If there's anything you want to say to lead off before I turn it over to them, certainly open it up to you.
No, it was a great discussion, and it actually opened up my eyes more. Just from the, and you'll explain it all coming up, but it just really opened up my eyes about how much money you guys really do need, and how little that the students are paying, whether or not it looks like that or not. But it's, I'll let you guys take it from here, because it's great. It's a great summary.
Thank you, Ms. Codwell. John, I'll turn it over to you and Jan.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Good morning, board members. It's still morning. So, in some parts of this country, it's still morning. As you know, there's been a lot of struggles, not just in North Carolina, but across the nation with child nutrition. Costs have escalated for products, supplies, that's food, that's consumables, that are non-consumable items, repairs, labor.
And they've been facing this struggle throughout the past 2 years. There's been great assistance provided by the government and the meals over the past 2 years, and no charge, and getting meals in the hands of students so they can eat a nutritious meal to pay attention better in school. So today, Ms. Lovelady is going to talk about some of the things that happened that have now changed back to the way it was previously to the COVID pandemic era. And just want to remind the board, child nutrition is a unique operation. It is referred to as an enterprise operation. And that means it generates its operating revenues from the meals it serves, whether it's to a student who qualifies for free, reduced, or is paid. That is their revenue source, and that's how they operate. Part of the requirements also is the department is not allowed to operate in the negative at the end of the year. Basically, they need to be made whole, and that can come at an impact to local funds as might be deemed necessary. So Jan and her department has done a wonderful job all the previous years of making sure they're on solid footing and operating well and being good stewards of their fiscal responsibilities. So with that brief introduction, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Lovelady to walk us through what we need to discuss and inform the board about for the upcoming school year.
Good afternoon. So I first want to start with what is required by the USDA. So each year, the USDA. Okay.
Start over, please.
Start over? Okay. So I'm going to start first, again, with what is required by the USDA. So each year, we are required to evaluate the prices that we are charging. They want to ensure that we are being supported in the same way for a paid meal as we are being supported by a free or reduced meal, which the U.S. government is paying for. So that determines each year whether or not we need to raise our prices, and that's called paid lunch equity. They want to make sure that there's an equity between free and reduced meals and paid meals. Each year they put out a tool, paid lunch equity tool, and that determines how much we have to either raise it that year, or you can raise it at a larger amount so that you don't have to raise it multiple years in a row. Congress has provided exemptions to the paid lunch equity tool in the form of a waiver, which allows us to waive that requirement if we are in the black or we have a positive fund balance as of December 1st of that school year. And through that waiver, we have been able to maintain our prices at the same rate since 2016. So that has been really good. We've done well. We've managed our money in such a way that we have not had to raise prices. The last few years, of course, with COVID, all meals have been free and have been fully funded by the USDA. So now we're in a position where we have to go back to what we did before and how we're going to do it. So over the past 2 years, we've incurred, as John mentioned, a number of increases in our expenses. Of course, we all know about the increase in labor, because that has pretty much happened across the board for all Moore County Schools employees. But we've also had an increase in consumables of 17%, in supplies. This was the big one, of 81%, and it was difficult to get a lot of those supplies. And our equipment cost has increased by about 34%. We received the most recent reimbursement rates, and they are giving us substantial increases to $2.26 for breakfast, which is an increase of 27%, and $4.43 for lunch, which is an increase of 30%. So we are getting some increases, but it doesn't quite cover the increase in the expenses. So we are forecasting that because of the continued supply chain disruptions, that we will have an additional income or impact to the program for labor of an additional 4%, for the consumables of approximately 10%. Supplies, hopefully have leveled out, but might increase, another 5%. And, equipment continues to increase, and we expect it to potentially be another 10%. Our department is fortunate that we currently have $460,000 in excess cash resources in the fund balance that we can
How much was that? I'm sorry.
$460,000.
Is, when you say that, is, and I don't mean, I'm sorry to interrupt you, is that a special fund balance for the nutrition program, or is that our regular fund balance?
It is all part of the same fund balance, but that money has been allocated for a specific purpose. With DPI, we submitted information to DPI that this money was going to be used for the purpose of covering some of the additional charges that we have on our consumables and supplies.
So that's, to ask Dr. Locklear.
It's not our fund
That's,
It's specifically for our child nutrition program.
Yes, it's
okay,
in the.
that's what I'm
child-
asking, right?
Correct.
It is a separate, it is
Correct.
not our regular fund balance.
That's
Right,
correct.
it is in the child nutrition. All of our money stays in
Their own
our
bank
balance.
account.
Yes.
So, Fund 5.
And can only, yes, we're in Fund 5, and only child nutrition purposes can use Fund 5.
So when, because this will help me understand what you're saying. So when you're saying that we need $800,000, is that coming from the special fund balance? Or is that coming from our fund balance for regular purposes?
Well, I think if you just, if you don't mind, just let her explain, because
Okay, all right.
it will make sense.
All right, thank you, I'm sorry. I'm
That's
sorry
okay,
to
that's
interrupt.
okay, that's okay. So this $460,000 is available for the current year's operations. And it has been determined that that will cover the bulk of at least the supply and consumables increases. When we take into consideration meal participation in 2018-19, which was our last normal year, yes, sir?
I have a question. Since you're on the second paragraph, though,
Mhm.
with the 50% increase, I might as well point this out now. I was gonna wait till the end, but, the math, you're saying that if we're gonna return to 27% participation rate, right?
No, sir.
I'm sorry, we're gonna return to 2019
We're-
participation.
Correct, well, approximately.
Right, so approximately 1.4 million meals served, roughly.
Yes,
And at a 50-cent per meal increase, that's a $700,000 increase in funding, minus the people who are getting free and reduced.
right.
Right, and what percentage is that?
Right now, we're at, I believe, 35%.
Okay, so if you take 700,000 and reduce it let's say 33% to make the math easy, that's a $210,000 reduction. So you're looking at about a $500,000 net gain, but your paragraph says there's a $200,000 net gain, where the math in my head, which would be 50 cents times 1.4 million times 0.65 would be about $500,000. Again, I did that in my head, which is dangerous, but I see a $500,000 contribution, not a $200,000 contribution.
It actually, with the number of paid lunches in 2018-19, it would actually be $184,800 increase with the 50 cents.
But if only 35% of that, if 35% of the 1.4 million meals
No, I'm
is free
sorry,
and reduced.
it's not 1.4 million, it's 1 million.
Okay, but you're increasing breakfast 50 cents too, so that's where I came up with the
Yes.
1.4 million. I'm just trying to see how you got to the math, because if I do it in my head, even subtracting the 35% free and reduced, I'm still coming up with $500,000, not 214,000.
The increase for breakfast, we have 60,000 paid breakfast, so the increase at breakfast was $30,000 with the 50 cents. And at lunch, we had 370,000 paid lunches, which came out to approximately $185,000.
So 300,000 paid lunches is 70% free and reduced, not 35% free.
No, this is, okay, so you're basing your percentages on our total enrollment. We're basing it on the children that actually ate. So it was not, we're not basing it on 12,000 students.
No, I'm basing it on what you,
Right.
I'm basing it on 1 million lunches or
Yes.
300,000
40
breakfasts, and I'm
40
sorry, I'm sorry,
Okay.
just let me be clear. That's 1.3 million. And then if 35% of the students buying these meals is free and reduced,
No, 35 or
35% of our students are free
35%
and
are free and
reduced.
reduced, but that's not how many are eating the
Okay,
lunches.
so really, based upon your numbers, it's the opposite. About 70% of the people on the meals are free and reduced.
Correct.
About 30% are actually reaching in their pocket and paying for it.
Correct,
Okay, so, very good. That is how we arrived at that number. That was
Correct.
not clear.
correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so prior to COVID, the COVID-19 pandemic, the paid meal distribution was approximately 42% of all of the meals served. The bulk of those were at lunch. Our breakfast is what has substantially increased during the years of free meals. And so we experienced an increase in total meals distributed of about 27%, and the bulk of those were paid meals, based on what we've seen. Using those 2018-19 participation counts, continuing with the current meal costs, we have a projected loss of $600,000. And we're looking at a 50-cent increase, which would bring in $214,000, and pairing that with the $460,000 that we have in our fund balance, we would be able to offset that projected increase. The current meal cost for K through 12 breakfast is $1.25, $2.50 for K through 8 lunch, and $2.75 for 9 through 12 lunch, and we're proposing an increase of 50 cents to all meals, which would bring breakfast to $1.75, lunch for K through 8 to $3, and for 9 through 12 to $3.25. And that should cover the projected loss that we are anticipating. Are there any additional questions?
I just want to note also the last sentence down there is with the uncertainty of where costs are going to land, and that we have the advantage of this fund balance to apply to this year, there is a likelihood we will be back with the board next year to discuss other potential increases to meal costs for the following school year. But we felt it very premature to bring that to the board at this time because of the uncertainty of the next year ahead. We'll know more information, of course, as we get towards the end of the next school year to bring good information to the board at that time.
Board members, you have any questions, Mr. Levy?
Yeah, I'm still unclear. This special fund balance, where does that money come from?
That was actually excess funds from reimbursements because of the increased rate that we got from the USDA during this period where we were getting free meals. And because we have been very careful with our expenses because it has become necessary, we actually did have an excess fund balance of that amount, which was determined by DPI.
Okay, so this is not going to cost the Moore County school system?
No.
And I'm talking about our general fund, any money?
No.
Is that correct?
No.
All right. Number two, I am personally very reticent to agree to raising meal costs, especially in inflationary times like these. Why could we not, number one, call upon our state legislators to give us money to cover these meal costs? Or number two, call upon our congresspeople, okay? I understand that they just did $380 billion for the Green New Deal, while our kids have to pay more for their lunches. It's disgusting. Write that down on the pilot. It's disgusting, okay? To do this in Washington and to also let it go out of Raleigh, okay? We are going to be facing a situation where our students are not going to be paying for breakfast, okay? And they're going to be coming in for breakfast because their parents just don't have the money because they can't afford to put money in their cars for gasoline to get to work, okay? And so they can't afford to give their kids money for breakfast when maybe they can give them something, maybe give them nothing, or tell them just to wait for lunch. I can't countenance something like that. And so I believe that this board needs to, number one, draft a resolution asking Congress to reinstate the waiver, and to, if necessary, take it out of the $380 billion of Green New Deal money, okay? Or on the other hand, ask for a special session of the legislature for funding in order to keep meal costs the same. And I would love the waiver, but at least we could keep it the same. To do that and to revisit this in December. I assume we have enough money to carry us through December. Am I wrong here?
Based on when you see the percentage of the 460,000 in
Right.
fund balance to the 214 in the revenue, you could say that there would be, that can cover to that period. However, if nothing's done, then the increase in meal would almost need to be double to make up for lost time on the revenue.
No, it wouldn't. What we can do is we can provide the funds, perhaps out of our fund balance, or perhaps get rid of some billets. I love this military term, billets. I'm not a military person. That are expendable to make sure our children get lunches. There are a couple of things we're here for. Number one, we're here to make sure that our kids learn, and I'll be talking about lowering class size for that. And number two, we're here to make sure that our kids get nutrition, okay, so that they can learn. There is almost nothing other than maybe building a school, and we could get along with even the schools we have for a long time. But that's the most important things that we do here. And I'm not going to vote to increase the cost of meals. And I'm going to vote to reinstate, to revisit this in December. And I'm going to ask that we have at our business meeting a resolution to call upon Congress and call upon the state legislature, number one, for a special session, to keep these food costs at least where they are for all the school systems. That's my opinion.
Any other comments?
I have a couple of questions I'd like to ask. With the form that is used for free and reduced lunch, in my memory, it used to be handed out in homerooms, and the child returned it signed with appropriate documentation if they were applying for it. Have we given any, and I know there are parents that just won't fill out that form. They're either embarrassed to fill it out, they don't know how to fill it out, the form never gets home, but consequently a child who would qualify for free or reduced lunch doesn't ever bother to bring a form back in. As much as we're pursuing our opt-in forms for the puberty education program, have we ever considered pursuing the free and reduced lunch forms to ensure that all the families, and there'll be new families qualifying now, thanks to the cost of living increases, to make sure that we get these forms back in from the families that could benefit from them? I don't know what the process would be if it falls back upon the homeroom teachers. Obviously, our cafeteria staff are not the ones to be doing it.
Right.
But
what we encourage is that they're sent home in the back-to-school packets. That's the best way to make sure that at least one per family gets to the home. We have in the past tried mailing them, but we have so many incorrect mailing addresses that we were getting,
That's a waste of money
20%.
too.
yes,
Yeah.
at least 20% of them back. And so we had to move to this other route. And for parents that are embarrassed to send it in, I can see that at the school level. If I was in that position, I would not want to turn it in and have the teacher see it and then it pass through the office and, anyone be able to see it. And we have always encouraged parents to mail them to our office. Actually, it says that on the form itself to submit it to our address over on Pinckney Road. And a lot of people bring them in by hand. A lot of people do mail them in. And that also ensures that it gets there as quickly as possible because, as we all know, interoffice mail sometimes slows the process down additionally. So that is what we have always encouraged. I think it is one of those stigmas that parents don't want people to know that their children are free. With us having the K-12 payment center, you can't tell when a child walks up to the cashier whether they are free, reduced, or have prepaid. There's no way. The cashier does not know. They don't have that information. The information does not go to the teachers. The only people that actually see those forms if you mail them into our office are the people in our office. So that's what I would encourage in those particular cases.
Okay, I appreciate that. I just know, I remember seeing lots of forms that went in the trash. And of course, there's always that child that never empties a backpack.
Yes.
Yeah, and parents that don't bother to check, and perhaps a little more vigorous follow-up on those would be handy. I agree with Mr. Levy. I've already said I would love for the meals to continue to be free, especially those grab-and-go breakfasts, because I felt like they really filled a need. And obviously, you had a lot more children taking those breakfasts
Right.
as they went in, because they could go quickly to their classroom and sit down to eat. I knew that we would probably be facing an increase, and I will support Mr. Levy in his resolution asking Congress or Raleigh to fund meals. I think it's an area where they truly let us down. But I did ask my daughters, who have 4 children in the schools, if their children were going to continue to eat the school lunch, because they have for the last year or 2 years. And so they sat down and figured out what it would cost if they were just packing a lunch, sandwich, chips, apple, cookie. And they figured they couldn't do it for less than $5.35 a day. And that is, going to the grocery store, buying the lowest cost they could, and then packing the lunch. So $5.35 a day for a second grader to eat lunch, or what would $2.75? Oh no, $2.75. $3 for the lunch. There is a savings there if parents will recognize it. I also noted that if you go to Chick-fil-A and you get 4 small nuggets and fries and a drink, it's $3.35. McDonald's is $3.20 for the same meal. So we are still below those fast food prices that kids seem to adore as well.
And we have an entree, 2 vegetables, at least 1 fruit, and milk, so.
It's a very plentiful lunch, and based on what my granddaughters have told me, the lunches have been extremely good, but so have the breakfasts. So I have to agree, I wish there was a way that we could continue doing this. I understand how the food service program works. I mean, it's a closed entity, and we can't pull money out of it and hire extra teachers. We can't, if it comes up a little bit short, we are going to be responsible for that money. Anything that end up in the red. So it's a very difficult situation. And I think our families all across the country have been spoiled for 2 years because it was all free. And it's just a shame that we can't continue to feed those children.
And Chair Thompson, if I may, just want to point out something else. DHHS does let the department know students that are on food programs,
Yes.
they automatically qualify. So those families don't necessarily need to submit in. And so the back to school is a first submission of applications to get out to families to please complete this. then there's a follow-up of another round done, because as they come in and get completed, we can look at previous year rates, free and reduced, and see if they're beginning to match up, because they should be relatively consistent. And if it's under, we work with the school, get more applications out there. So we do that, and Mr. Levy, great points. I do want to say there was a, at the House level, right?
No,
At the
it's at
federal?
Senate level.
At the Senate level.
Mhm.
Stop the red tape? Is that what it's titled? Eliminate the red tape, something like that.
It was Feed Children and the Red Tape, something
Yeah,
like
feed
that.
the children, eliminate the red tape. There wasn't, they were trying to introduce it to the floor to continue the waiver to do free meals, and it kind of stopped there, never made it out of subcommittee. So it'd be great to reach out and try to stir and fire under that or something would be great. And the state does help. This year, as in years past, they have provided the funds to offset the cost for students who qualify for reduced. So in a reduced scenario, there's a fee that the family's responsible for because they didn't qualify for free. And again, in this year's budget, the state approved funds allocated to pay that portion. So even families that are on reduced are on free meals for this year. So there's some things that have been done, but obviously encouraged to do more.
Yeah, I also wanted to point out too, because we talked about it, was what if we made breakfast free? And we worked, I mean, they really worked all the numbers on trying to figure out different scenarios of how we can keep it low, keep it free, or keep it the same. So I want to give a shout out to both of you. You really did work all those numbers, and just trying to make the best of what we can. And around the county too, and I know you guys didn't mention this, but other counties are charging way more than what we are, which is a sad thing. But they're actually doubling, if I'm not correct. They're doubling up for forecasting.
The highest price for a high school lunch was $3.85. I believe the average was
That was
around-
out of where? Do you know?
I can find out.
I know Wake County was very high, but I don't know if that was very high.
It is $3.60 in Graham County. I'm looking for the $3.85.
That's what they're currently charging?
That's what their
Raising it to.
board-approved price for next year is.
Well, next year, the federal government's gonna reimburse more than that. Why would we charge less than what the federal government reimburses the people who are on free and reduced?
In order to keep the meals, there is a balancing act. The more you charge for a paid meal, the lower participation is going to be.
Understand?
So there is a sweet spot of finding.
So really what you're doing is you're taking money that the federal government's giving us for the most needy in our community, that 35%. They're giving us $4.43 per lunch. We're gonna charge the wealthiest people in our community $3.60 for lunch, and we're gonna take money from those needy children, money that was programmed to go for the food for those needy children, and we're gonna lower the food quality just a little bit so that we can subsidize what the richer people pay into our food service program. That's kind of what we're doing here, if you kind of follow the money through.
I will say, we never have lowered the food quality in order to do any of this. We've always made sure that we've had grade A quality food.
Okay, then we can increase the quantity or something, but the point is if the federal government reimburses us $4.43 for a lunch for a disadvantaged child, then we should really spend that $4.43 for that disadvantaged child. What we shouldn't do is charge people who live in, say, a gated community where I live, who can easily afford $4.43 for a lunch. Just heard one school board member say it cost her $5 and something to pack a lunch. So I think that we should charge the what the federal government reimburses us. And then we have food equity. It says right there in the first paragraph, food equity. Not subsidizing, taking from the lower social economic people and taking money targeted for them and subsidizing the people who are most able to pay for it.
That is
May I
certainly
re-
an option.
I'd like to respond to that, though, just to throw it out there. Yes, we have people who live in gated communities in Moore County, but we've got a whole lot of people, and I'll say more people who don't live in gated communities, but who fall in that big, broad area in the middle that don't qualify for free or reduced lunch, but they're sure not making enough money to truly make ends meet. And when you raise that to $4.34 or what it would be, to penalize your wealthier, you're not penalizing your wealthy. They can still afford it. You're penalizing that big group of people that fall into that middle population, the teacher's children, the nurse's child, the single parent family. That's the group you're penalizing, not the country club kids.
Any other comments, board members?
Yes, that was just a one-off. I have a couple other things.
Okay.
I just thought of that inequity on the payment portion just right before I started speaking, so I have a couple other things. First is, I agree with Ms. Caldwell. I would like to see what the neighboring counties currently, all of the neighboring counties are currently charging, plus what, if they have any anticipated increase, what their anticipated increase is.
I think she actually has that printout. You can email it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, if it's available,
Yeah.
then great. That's, I agree with Ms. Carter in that for 2 years, we've been giving lunches and breakfasts away for free. So we've probably gotten a little slack on permission slips and forms and all that. So we really have to beat the bushes to ensure maximum participation, especially among the people who are eligible for the free and reduced, A, because they're the people who most need it. Secondly is, well, obviously we make more money per meal because I already covered that we subsidize the people who are not subsidized. Think about that. We have the subsidized people subsidizing the unsubsidized people is what we have going on here. But anyway, plus you have overhead, you dissipate your overhead the more people you have participate. I have a couple other questions just based upon now that COVID's over and I can go out and see, and I love our food service people, they're wonderful, but how do we accept payment?
You can pay by cash or check at the school site. And honestly, if, for example, a teacher has children at a school that they don't teach at, they can pay at the school that they teach at. So everything is server-based, so you can pay a child's account from any school within Moore County schools. You can also pay on the K-12 payment center using a debit or a credit card.
Okay, so there's a web-based way that parents can pay with credit cards.
Correct.
Okay, because that's important, because I went up to pay, and I'm a cash guy, and I was surprised to see that we didn't take credit cards. I guarantee you, being unable to take credit cards, especially at the high school, cuts into our receipts, and we should just suck up the 3% processing fee and accept credit cards at the point of service, is just my suggestion.
To be honest, we don't get a whole lot of payments in cash or check. The bulk of the payments since we've gone to the K-12 payment center have come through K-12 payment center. I was a manager at Sand Hills Farm Life, and on Mondays, we used to have 3 pages of deposit slips of checks that came in every Monday for children for the week. And when K-12 Payment Center was introduced, we went down to 1 page. So it does make a difference.
Yeah, I just know it's an increasingly cashless society, and I would say you go up to Northern Virginia and 80% of the people do not even have cash. So anyway, I do have a couple other comments about this. Looking at the cash flow projections, which I'm thankful you did, and thank you for walking me through the math part. What it looks like we're doing is we haven't had a price increase since 2016, correct? And we're going to run and with a 50 cent per meal price increase for this year, we're gonna run a $200,000, so we're projected a $600,000 deficit this year, right? And so the proposed plan that you're asking us to approve is a 50-cent per mil increase, hoping that that cuts our deficit $200,000 so that we deplete our fund balance 100%, right? So,
That,
close.
that does not deplete the fund balance 100%. That
Oh.
depletes the portion that has been set aside for that. We are recommended to keep a certain amount in our fund balance for emergencies such as COVID.
Okay, so
Um,
how much is the Mills Program fund balance?
I cannot tell you off the top of my head what it is right this minute, but I can tell that it's recommended that we keep 3 months operating balance. And our current monthly cost of operations is about $800,000.
So we've got about we got about $3 million in our food
It's
program
not
fund balance.
well, it's less than 3.
2.4, for instance,
I believe, yeah, it's so
800,000.
it's about 2.8, yes,
and then the 600.
yes.
So 2.8 million, huh? Okay, so a question, I thought Bob was gonna hit on this earlier, and this was a question that Mr. Levy asked Dr. Locklear. I just wanna make sure.
Mhm.
That fund balance is separate from what we present to the county commissioners, and they understand that that's not just a general fund balance, right?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Okay.
That's in our Fund 5, that enterprise.
Okay,
We've
so
talked
they
about that
understand.
with the commissioners and Mr. Vest. And that specifically has to be used for our child nutrition
Yeah.
program. That's
So,
right.
so here's what I would ask people to consider, and look, well, let me back up a little bit. Supply chain interruptions, folks, this is inflation. You could say ink, less print, and just call it inflation instead of, supply chain interruptions is when like your new car doesn't show up because the train was canceled or something. It's not 40% more for food. But anyway, here's my suggestion. Look, there hasn't been an increase on this since 2016. Everybody knows that food costs have gone up. The plan as presented is there's a $600,000 deficit. Reduce that $200,000 this year by doing a 50% increase, and then we have a $400,000 deficit. Next year, assuming inflation stays the same, then we're gonna have to come back and do an additional dollar increase because there's gonna be a $400,000 deficit, and to make up for that, it's gonna be, next year, it's gonna be $1. So, you know, not a good idea to operate a enterprise fund operation in the red. I think at a minimum, we should cut that $1.50 in half and say 75 cents this year and 75 cents next year. We run a $300,000 deficit this year, and then next year, we should break even. I would say that's the minimum we should do. If not, just rip the Band-Aid off and do the whole $1.50 this year. But it just seems, I don't know why we would reduce our fund balance. That's all I have. Thank
Any
you.
other comments for, Bob?
Yes. First of all, you said we have about $2.8 million in the fund balance.
Correct.
What is our total budget, annual budget for meal service? Do you know?
No, I do not know. I do not have that information
Is
with
it,
me right now.
is it
10
under,
months,
It's-
800,000 is going to be about 8 million.
Yeah, yes.
it's
Yeah,
what? 800,000?
If it's
Around-
$800,000 a month.
Around 8 million.
Almost 10 months of operating, you're looking around 8 million.
$8 million.
That's a rough number off the top of our heads right
Yes.
now.
Okay. Now, we have $125, $150 million budget in Moore County Schools, something like that. And we run a $4 million, well, excuse me, a $2 million fund balance. Am I right? That's our optimal fund balance. Sometimes it goes up to 4.
That's our floor, yes, sir.
As our floor is
Yeah.
2 million. Who recommends $2.8 million on, of fund balance on an $8 million, budget?
That's what the North Carolina Department of Public Construction and Federal
Yes.
Regulations require them to, I have a 3-month
3 months.
operating fund balance. That's part of the child nutrition requirements that they have. And just like they also cannot ever operate in the red each year,
Are-
we have to make sure they're operating in the black.
Are we required, you're telling me that we lose accreditation or something if we don't have $2.8 million in a fund balance? It seems to me to be,
No, it's actually what the fund balance, what they recommend right now is 3 months, which would be the 2.4 million. We have the extra 460,000 in excess funds, so we'll take that out of the mix. But I will say that during COVID, because of the change in all of our processes, the increase in supplies, all of the things that we went through, because we were in a good position financially when we started, we were one of only several districts that did not go into the red during COVID. We were able to maintain what we needed to. Now, we went down to 1 month 0, but we never went in the red as far as our fund balance, and then we've been able to build that back up over time.
$2.8 million in the bank while children need it to eat lunch is, I can't even find some of the words to describe that. No. Don't raise a nickel for the for the cost of lunches. Take it from this $2.8 million, because when an $8 million budget has a fund balance greater than a $125 million budget, then there is something wrong here. And we have no business keeping $2.8 million in the bank when there is, I mean, is there any reason why we would need this money? For any reason whatsoever?
That is actually what we had at the end of the school year. July and August, of course, we don't really have any income coming in. So any expenses that are paid during July and August come off of that. So, you know, some of that is startup for the new school year.
We'll call it $2 million. We'll call it $2 million. We'll
Okay.
leave the 800,000 as jump change.
Okay.
Okay? Any real need for that $2 million? Now, I know that we keep our fund balance because the state doesn't reimburse us on a regular basis, and sometimes it's our kind of our overage.
If I may offer what
Yeah.
clarification I can, and Jan, of course, is the expert in all the rules and regulations of child nutrition programs. I'm not, and we're lucky to have her and appreciate her, and want her to stay a long, long time. I know she's retiring.
I already asked.
By the way, this is no
Oh, I know that.
reflection
I
on
know that,
her.
but if-
I'm just trying,
And she's
these are
retiring,
rules
so
that.
she's
we're
retiring
setting.
soon, so I was just offering.
trying
a
No,
little
she's
bit of
not. She's real good at this. I don't think she should retire. Not at all.
But the clarification I can offer is just like our ceiling, or floor we have for our own fund balances for cash flow purposes. It's for if you have unanticipated losses because you don't make the revenue you're anticipating to make. It's why you have a savings account, to cover that and ensure the program continues to operate in the black, because it's required to operate in the black as an enterprise fund. So that's why we have it. You know, as noted, we haven't increased prices for quite some time. And the flip side of increasing prices is also we've got to have all hands on deck to push out the need for families to fill out the free and reduced price forms, and to make sure we're doing everything we can to make it as easy as we can for our families to do that who need it. So that's the flip side of that, and that's accountability on our side. We've got to do everything we can, not only from Jan's department, our schools, but also our communications department. So that's something we have to be all hands on deck with. So, you know, I certainly respect your, what you're saying and your perspective, but that's what I can offer.
So long as we maintain $2.8 million in surplus, okay? I will not, I don't know what you guys are doing, the rest of the board is doing. I won't vote for a dime to raise these school lunches. As a matter of fact, I'm even thinking that maybe it might be a good thing to do our own waiver, but I won't go that far because I don't have that expertise. I know that we don't need to raise this a dime. And $2.8 million in fund balance, I don't see any reason under the sun why we need that amount of money on an $8 million budget. Don't see it.
If I could just add something, while it's recommended that we have 3 months operating balance, this is actually the first time in my career with Moore County Schools that we've actually had 3 months out at operating balance. And part of that is because we have worked so hard to keep our expenses down while we've been getting this extra funding through the government.
So I want to reward your hard work by making
Well-
sure our students don't have to pay any more money, and every kid can afford a lunch, in spite of the fact that we're being ignored by the federal government, you know. And I applaud you, I really do. I want to tell you that from what I've heard and what I've seen here, and we've never talked about it, I think you're just doing an excellent, absolutely just stupendous job. And we as a board have to follow up on your hard work and make sure not another cent, at least this year. I don't even have to wait till December, at least not another cent, at least this year, for additional cost of breakfasts and lunches.
Thank you.
I have one more question. If
Okay,
you were to
Stacy.
take out the money from the 2 million, let's just say, how much would that leave you in your fund balance?
It's a $600,000.
Oh, so, yes.
I mean, the deficit we're facing is $600,000 projected
So
loss,
it
so
would, it
you
would
go
put
from
us right at.
2.8 to 2.2.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, so if we keep
Yeah.
it the same, we still have a $2.2 million fund balance, right?
Correct.
Potentially.
Now, one thing I do need to mention is part of the reason that they recommend these things is because child nutrition only gets paid if the students are coming through the serving line. So anytime we have a serving day or a snow day, or anytime we have a hurricane and the kids are out of school, we still have to pay our staff. We still have a lot of the operational aspects that still have to go on, but there's no money coming in for any of those things. So while that seems like a lot, it doesn't take long to chip away at that, depending on the circumstances of each individual school year. I have yet to be here a school year where we've gone every single day that we were supposed to go. And we only make income on the days that we're actually in school, students are in school.
Well, let me know if a snow day costs us $2 million.
The hurricane, we had 2 hurricanes my first year as director, and that,
I remember that.
If
That was
it does,
significant.
we'll find the money somewhere. I don't know
So,
where.
I mean, how many educational days are there? The math is easy to do.
is there
There's
180.
100 and how many?
180?
180. So each snow day would be about 0.5% of income. And 0.5% of income is, what's the annual spend on this $8 million? So half a percent of income is about $40,000. So it would take 40,000 times 50 to deplete, for 70 to deplete the fund. Just rough math.
Board
So we would
members?
have to lose half a school year to snow days to deplete the fund. Let me just make a couple comments if I could. I'm not
Okay.
sure. This is an interesting problem. This is an interesting problem for the board. And just let me summarize. I'm fascinated by this whole thing. Because on one hand, the children and the young people and students and the families who really need this, they're getting taken care of because they're getting free and reduced meals. So they're not really a factor of the equation, right? So what we're talking about are the 65% of the remaining students and young people and families. You know, to Ms. Carter's point, you know, and they run the span from, you know, families barely getting by, to, you know, that just don't qualify, all the way up to, you know, people who just couldn't care less what the cost is. But then you start getting into fund balance and you get into not having regular increases for 6 years. You know, if it's like paying people, you know, if you delay pay raise and pay raise and pay raise, all of a sudden you have to give 50% pay increases, where if you just gave 5% a year, it's the same thing with this. If we would have been increasing at 5 to 7% a year, we wouldn't be having this conversation. We wouldn't be talking about all of a sudden increasing it at 40%. This is a very interesting problem. And then you get the whole fund balance thing, and it's like, oh my gosh. And I suspect that the fund balance, although it wasn't said, has come about because there's been a lot of money coming down, and free meals for everyone. That's a lot of overhead absorption at $4.43 or whatever the previous rate was. There was all kinds of opportunity to build that fund balance up. What are we going to do with it, board? Are we going to perpetuate the problem? If we don't increase it, we're perpetuating the problem. So, it's an interesting conversation, because on one hand, I could agree with Mr. Levy and say, not 1 penny increase till we run that fund balance off. But on the other hand, I'm thinking, why are we going to, we could run that fund balance out for 5 years and then have to double the price, right? It is an interesting problem, and we'll see where the board comes out on this. But notwithstanding the fund balance and all, it seems prudent to start doing some sort of annual increases, so we're not faced with these 50% increases every 8 years or whatnot.
And I will point out to that matter of fact also, back in 2019, when we presented the meal costs for that school year, 1920, we felt that that was going to be the last time that we could do no increase with what the costs we were experiencing. It was going to be a tight year, we forecasted, but in 2019 we felt that that might be the last year, and the next school year we'd be talking about slight increase, just as you mentioned, Mr. Hensley. But then the pandemic interruption, and that put everything off for 2 years, as you noted. So we thought there would be an increase at some point, but 2 years of waiver for meal charges put that off for 2 years.
And then let me just make one other comment. I've been pleasantly surprised. I've gone and eaten a few of these school meals, and I've been pleasantly surprised at the quality of the meals, given how much we spend per student, right? So there's obviously good cost control, good cost mitigation, getting, within the parameters you have. You can only do so much with a high fiber post toasty, I get the high fiber Pop-Tarts, not real tasty, but, I think you guys are doing a remarkable job. This is a problem for the school board, though, and what we're going to do, but I just encourage my colleagues to think about it, because it's an interesting issue.
I was going to ask, and it comes off of what you were saying, if we had anticipated there was going to be an increase on one of those COVID years.
Yes.
I couldn't remember if we had actually passed one back in 2018-19.
We had not passed one, but we were anticipating that we would the next year. And the hard thing is, if you go up 5 cents each year, very often it's easier on parents to see a 25-cent one year and then not see one for like at least 3 years. And that's what we had done in the past, and that's kind of how the PLE tool is built, that if you increase slightly more in 1 year, then you wouldn't necessarily have to increase every single year. But, with COVID, it just threw everything, into disarray, and there was no vote on it either way.
I believe that's the theory behind Girl Scout cookie sales too.
Yes.
They let it go for a year or two, and then when it jumps, it's a big jump.
Yes.
To catch up with things. So, yeah, and it seems to work for the Girl Scouts.
Actually, let me make one other comment. So let me get back to increasing. Let's say we do. Let's say we increase, and everyone, so that whatever the federal government, my companies, we reimburse the IRS mileage rate, for traveling. I think the IRS mileage rate is ridiculous. Left to my own, I wouldn't pay that, but, okay. So my companies pay the IRS reimbursement rate for driving a personally owned vehicle. And the corollary to that, let's say that we do have a goal to increase our food costs so that the people who are unsubsidizing are paying the same amount as the federal government reimburses. Why don't we set a goal to actually spend more money, get better quality food, maybe more of it. And why don't we have the best meal program of all the public schools in the state of North Carolina? Why don't we have students that want to come and, oh my God, I can't wait to have lunch? I mean, I'm not saying it's horrible, but and parents who want to come do that, why don't we just, you know, we have a real opportunity to look at this and create something great.
I actually have to agree with you, because we did have a conversation about, I forgot what it was, but you had to cut it out of the high schools.
Yes.
What was that?
So we had Tyson Hot Wings. on
That's
the
what it
menu, several years ago, and we had to take them off the menu
This was pricey.
because the cost of just the hot wings went over $1.50 per serving, and when you're only getting $4, and then you have to add a bread to that, you have to add at least 2 vegetables. They were only at the high school, so you also had to add 2 fruit and a milk. When your center of the plate is at $1.50, and then it ended up going even higher. After that, we had to remove it from the menu, even though it was a very popular item.
One of the things to talk to Mr. Hensley's point is that we're going through hyperinflation right now. And maybe we're just a little school board in a little county, but maybe there's something that we can do for our students and our parents to cushion the problem of this hyperinflation. Maybe next year we'll raise that price. Maybe after some people have had a chance to have their wages, hopefully they will catch up with inflation. But if we're going to add, you know, when parents go to buy milk or whatever in the stores, you know it's going up, and we're gonna now have to add to their expenses on a daily basis, 50 cents a day, you know, for 5 days and 3 kids. It's a lot of money for someone who might be making $11, $12 an hour, because there are people in this county who that's exactly what they're making, you know. So I hope the board thinks about what we can do to hold the line this year. And I think Mr. Hensley's suggestion is a good one, but I think it may be a great one for next year, but let's see what we can do this year.
Anyone else?
My
Go
sorry,
ahead.
my only other comment would be maybe even to look at lowering it, so it is 50, we are gonna increase it to 50%, but maybe do 25 cents this year, not 50%, 25 cents, just to see what that would be. And, because that might be an option too, that we just don't increase it to 50 this year.
Certainly.
Of course, Mr. Hensley's already pointed out, what we don't increase this year, we're gonna be doubling up.
Right.
At some
Right.
point, it's gonna
Yeah,
catch
So
up.
it's just a
Right.
matter of when we play catch up.
Kicking it down the road.
But
Yeah.
sort of like Citizen Kane, you know, I can lose a little money this year and maybe lose a little money next year. And he said in 1890, by 1970, I'll be broke. We've got, you know, we've got $2 million, 2.6 or 2.8, whatever $million that is. Let's use it for the benefit of our kids and their nutrition.
Could you provide us with the cost of breakfast if it was available to everyone, assuming you
Yes.
served the same percentage that you served during the last 2 years?
Well, based on our last pre-COVID year, about 42% of our eaters were paid students. And breakfast, if it continued at that rate, would be $608,000. However, as we've seen during COVID, if the meal is free, it's going to be a much higher level that actually eat. We can't tell exactly what that is because we've not been bringing them into a cash register to say whether they are free, reduced, or paid. So we don't have any backup numbers, but 67% of our students are paid students if all of them ate, which would not happen, but it would give you a maximum. For breakfast would be just under $1 million.
Thank you.
That would be less reimbursement, or that would be the overage.
That'd be in addition to, so that'd be.
So that would be another
We'd have to
entire,
pay.
another $1 million.
On
which
top
would-
of that.
On top of all that,
Yeah.
okay, that's what I was
If
trying.
if we made
It's
breakfast
just
free
for
to anyone who
breakfast.
wanted it.
It's
Right.
universal free breakfast, yes.
Any other comments? Thank you again for just all the information that you have had on the spot and for what you do, for everything
May
that
I
you
ask one
do.
more question? Obviously, you're needing to know an answer to this very quickly. School
Yes,
starts,
Madam
school
Chair.
starts really soon, right?
Madam Vice Chair, Madam Chair, we've heard a lot of feedback, a lot of questions, maybe we've
Yeah.
heard some different viewpoints, and as Mr. Hensley noted, it's an interesting question for the board to consider. We also have some other information to get back to you, and we'll either get back to that via email, and we'll have it for I'm imagining this might be an action item on the board's
It
agenda
will be.
for Monday.
It will be.
As it stands at this moment, it
Yeah.
remains my recommendation that we move forward with the 50 cent. But I'm going to confer with staff on that and see if we get additional questions from the board, and we're prepared for that discussion on Monday.
And my additional question that I asked was actually going to follow up, and I'll just ask it now. Don't have to provide feedback, but just something to think about, is allowing us to get through half a semester from August to December and see how everything goes and then possibly increase in the first of next year. Whether or not, what that looks like, I don't know, but that is an alternative. That I don't necessarily need feedback right now, but we could talk about that on next Monday whenever we have a board
Yes,
meeting.
ma'am, we'll do some projections on that and have that information ready.
I just have one save round, if I could use that term in a school board meeting. I talked about increasing the quality of the meals, and I'm doing this from memory, but I specifically, and I'm doing this from memory, I would be interested, it seemed like the lunches were fine, but breakfasts, they seemed a little sugary and carb laden. I would like to know what it would cost to have like protein breakfasts, like scrambled eggs and sausage or scrambled eggs and bacon, so that they're eating, more protein. So when I say increase the quality, that's what I was talking about.
I think breakfast particularly has suffered from COVID, because we were having to do the meals often bagged or passed out in hallways or that type of thing. Most of the hot breakfast items did come off of the menu, which left very few protein items.
Okay.
Yogurt and cheese sticks being primarily the protein items. We are reintroducing like chicken biscuit, sausage biscuit, pancake on a stick, which is a sausage in the middle of a pancake-like batter, and those types of things back onto the lunch or the breakfast menu for the new school year.
Okay, awesome, good. Thank you.
Okay, I underestimated the length of this topic just a little bit. I felt like it would be maybe 20, 30 minutes, but anyway, we're gonna move on. Do you need a break, a 5-minute break now? Or do
Madam
you-
Chair, if we could have a 5-minute.
Okay, let's have a
For transition
5-minute
staff.
break
Thank you.
and then we'll come back.
It's not at all a conversation I thought it's an interesting
It's
issue.
very-
And who
absolutely,
would have found
absolutely.
a $2.8 million?
Absolutely.
I didn't expect it to go in this direction.
Every time we ask questions, we got Meeting back to order. And next up is discussion of elementary, secondary school ESSER funds. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Myself, along with Dr. Metcalf and Dr. Scott, are here to give the board an update on our ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 budget. We have, on a regular schedule, updated the board on the budget that you approved and where our spending has been with that. And of course, we've brought to you any recommended revisions to that original budget that you approved in May 2021. The ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 funds are about $25 million and are one-time funding that are used to respond to prevent, and to prepare for our response for COVID-19. Today, I'd like to bring you an update on where our spending came in on our proposed budget as of end of year, as of June 30th, where we saw savings in the various areas that the board has approved to spend these ESSER relief funds, and our recommendation, my recommendation for how we really allocate those savings and to put into the budget as we move forward in the next fiscal year. Those three areas that you're going to see that I recommend that we reallocate that funding to, and that Dr. Metcalf and Dr. Scott are going to go into a little more detail. The first area would be to reallocate some of the savings that we've seen to go into supporting our teachers who are required to be trained by the state of North Carolina, is requiring us to train our teachers, our pre-K-5 staff in the science of reading, letters training. And Donna and Mike and Lisa can go in a little more detail on that in just a few minutes. But I do want to take the time to go through this process with you. So that's one area to reallocate, is to support that training and a stipend for them to be trained. Our pre-K-5 teachers are going to spend a lot of time outside of their normal workday diving into this training. It's an intense training. It's a great training. I think will be beneficial to our teachers. But there is a lot of time outside of their normal workday they'll be diving into that training. We want to give them some type of stipend to support that. The second area that I recommend we reallocate the savings we've seen and what we projected to be our budget is to support technology Chromebook refresh for grades 2-5. You may recall the board approved Chromebook refresh for our students in grades 2 through 5 in May. That was for a lease purchase. That was for a straight one-to-one refresh. Of course, as we dove into the budget season with our county commissioners, we learned that they were going to roll in that digital learning fund into the budget. And so we had to back off and look at how we would approach that. And so this is the creative way we're looking at supporting the need to refresh those Chromebooks in grades 2 through 5. Not at a one-to-one straight ratio in grade 2, but in grades 3 through 5. And I'll let Mike dive into that a little more in a few minutes. The third area you're going to see that we recommend we reallocate this funding is to support our Connect Virtual Academy. And not only the resources for that to get it up and going, but the budget for the positions that we noted in our budget recommendation. So I'm going to dive right in, but I want to give that brief recommendation. Can I borrow that mic, because I got the first several slides. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to listen to me for a few minutes before I turn over to Mike and Lisa and Donna. But these first slides are ones you've seen before, and we try to keep this presentation consistent with the way it's been presented before, so it looks familiar to you, so you can kind of make sense of the numbers. But again, we know that the ESSER 2, we got about $25 million from ESSER 2 and ESSER 3. It's a one-time funding source. It's there specifically to respond to, prevent, and prepare for responding to COVID-19. And that's some of the areas that we're very familiar with, is for capital needs, for responding to the learning loss and summer programs, education technology, staff training, and maintaining current staffing levels. The overarching planning priorities that the board committed to back in May 2021 is that we utilize our funding for responding to learning recovery, supporting our students' academic, social, and emotional needs, and we would use a great portion of our monies in ESSER 2 and 3 to support capital needs. That's now about 37% of the funds are still going towards those needs. What you're going to see from these charts, again, try to keep it consistent with what you've seen in the past and what we've presented to you in the past, you're gonna see in those blue numbers, the actual numbers from 6/30/2022, how much we spend in these areas, these projected budget items. And then that's gonna carry over, all the way over to if we're seeing any savings from what we originally projected, and what are the total savings we're currently seeing based on where our costs came in. And so when we look at the first area that was voted on by the board in mental health and exceptional education, it's about 2% of the total budget. You can see the frontline mental and behavioral health system for tracking data came in basically right at budget, right at what was projected. The mental health service contracts, which were a couple different mental health service contracts to support the needs of sexual education, came in a little over what was projected, but we're still holding to the overall budget projection over the next 2 fiscal years. We originally thought we would have a need for IEP summer work. For various reasons that didn't get utilized this past fiscal year, so we're seeing a savings there, but still looking at having some money for next summer. So that's a savings of $30,000. And then you look at the bottom, the Panorama Education Survey Platform. As we know, we paused the surveying and utilizing that tool. And as a result of not utilizing that tool, we basically canceled our contract with Panorama, which gives us a savings over the next 2 fiscal years of $122,000. Now, that doesn't mean we won't come back to the board and talk about how we best survey our students and get their feedback, but we know we're no longer using Panorama. So we wanted to get back those funds that we had committed to that. So that gives them overall savings in that area of about $152,000. We look at educational technology. That was about 11% of the budget that the board endorsed. We look at the Chromebook refresh. We can see our actuals on that Chromebook refresh. Ken, I believe that was grades 6 through 12. That Chromebook refresh came in a little under what was projected based on being able to use every bit of money we have available in other areas as well. So that's about $1 million, which is about a $330,000 savings. Device protection badge came in a little over, but overall still holding to the overall projection. The service for hotspots, we had another opportunity to fund that from another funding source, so that was a total savings of a little over $800,000. ClassLink, which is that software that allows us to monitor what's going on with our computers. Our teachers can use it. We can monitor as a district. Came in a little under what we projected, about a savings of about $4,000. The network infrastructure, Stream Networks licensing came in. There was a little bit of savings there, almost $7,000. And then when we look at our mobile charging carts, we saw a pretty considerable savings on what we thought that was going to cost us, and saved about $59,000 off that. So in our educational technology, you see a savings of about $1.2 million of what was originally projected with that piece of the budget. Providing principals for resources, this was 11% of the budget. That was approved. You can see the athletics and performing arts came in a little under, but we're still holding to that overall projection to continue to support their needs that were impacted by COVID over the next 2 fiscal years if needed. The contracted help with our grant program with federal programs, holding to that budget, still the same. Locally paid personnel, again, holding to that. So we see no savings there. We're still holding to those original projections. Addressing learning loss, we can see several areas. You can see in the blue there where we see our actuals, and then we see our actual savings. And again, I forgot to note, board, but you do have this actually copied for you in front of you. I forgot to note that before I began. If that's helpful to you. If you look at the professional development, we budgeted a little over almost $76,000 per year for that. We did not utilize the total of that this year for various reasons, but holding to the need to support that for the next 2 fiscal years. So we do see some savings there, almost $69,000. The iReady, we know we've already purchased, so that's at what we projected. The additional teacher assistants in grade 2 came in a little under what was projected to support that, and we're still holding to that price or that projection for next year, $1.5 million. We know that we then drop off from that commitment. You know, that was a short-term thing. But overall, a savings there of almost $500,000. Our summer learning programs, we projected the need to come in about 3.5. We're already seeing a savings from that just based on what that actually cost us. So that's a savings of $375,000.
That was, the summer learning program is that the total of summer school?
Yes, sir.
That's $3.5 million?
Well, that's for next year as well. That would include next year's costing as well.
That's for 750 students, right?
We had about that for this summer. This also supported last summer as well. But from those programs, we've had some savings from what was originally projected. So that's where we are right now. We may see that come in, we may have savings for next year as well that we're able to apply to something else that we may need. But right now, it's about $375,000 savings. Educational sir, yes, sir.
You know, Dr. Locklear, to Mr. Dr. Levy, I just,
I have a
well, he
doctorate,
is a
I have a
Juris
doctorate of
Doctor,
arts
to
and
Juris
laws.
Doctor Levy, to Mr. Levy's point. So that summer school, that Power Up Summer Academy, is that additional money we spend on, do those figures there represent, I'm on line 1, 2, 3, 4, right? On line
sir.
4, do those figures represent the total that we spend on summer school or additional amounts that we spend on summer school?
We have a couple other funding sources that come from the state that supports Read to Achieve. So we have a couple other bits of budget that do support our summer programming. Now, you're talking more like $300,000 to $400,000. It's not significant, but we do have some other budget that we do get from the state. This was specifically in our ESSER budget originally to really push hard and go above and beyond what we've done with our summer schools in the past.
Yeah.
And certainly we did that last summer and certainly pushed hard this summer too to attack that.
Here's why I ask is, I'm going to steal Mr. Levy's thunder a bit if I can, but Bob has mused out loud several times a couple things that are difficult to reconcile, and I too have difficulty in reconciling these two, and really it's just two things. You know, if you believe the numbers that a very high percentage, I believe it's 48% of our 8th graders do not read and write at grade level. You know, maybe it's 40%, maybe it's 48%, but that's a significant number of students that do not read and write and presumably do math at grade level. Let's say that's 4,000 students. I don't know what the number is, say it's 5,000, say it's 3,000. Well, we only have 750 students attend summer school. So if the need is for 3,000 to 5,000 students to catch up, and our participation is less than, you know, if you take the low number of 3,000, we have less than 25% participation in summer school of the students that need it, right? And I'm not saying we're solving this here, but then the other issue is how much per student are we spending for summer school? You know, are we spending?
$4,666.
Well, this isn't the total, we can't answer that, Bob, because this isn't the total amount. This is just ESSER funds that went into it. So I would like an accounting of how much we spend per student for summer school. And then that needs to be normalized. You know, obviously summer school's shorter, so maybe it's, we spend this much per week per student. You know, because I just get the feeling that summer school may be like 4 times more expensive than regular school. I don't know. And if so, then why is it 4 times more? Why don't we teach twice as many students or 4 times more students?
Well, we'd be happy to provide that. We have that. We have the budgets. We
Yeah.
shared some general information.
Yeah,
Not
yeah,
really
just
how much
general,
the-
just big blue
Yeah, and
numbers so that we
have
know.
that, and we can bring it back and then update it based on our attendance, based on how many students actually came and attended, and what we
Right.
actually had to pay, and et cetera, which is why these are projections, and then we come in
Right.
and see what we actually spent on it. But, you know, part of what you do with summer school is you do target smaller groups of kids, you do pay a smaller teacher-student ratio. There are things that cost more than would cost in the regular school year. You pay for transportation, you pay for feeding the kids, et cetera. So there is a significant cost with it, but we'd be glad to bring back some general information.
Yeah, specifically, I think my question would be, what's the process? I would like to have a holistic approach to this, and while understanding the numbers, because it seems to me like we say, okay, well, let's just see the brief, but let me just say this one thing. is I would like to understand our thought process. Do we say we're gonna do summer school for 750 kids instead of 3,000, and then we build a budget around that? Or do we have a budget and say, we've got this amount of money, how many children can we do summer school for? Because if we're and again, this is just a gut feeling, but I think we're spending 2 to 3 times more per student day for summer school than regular school. If so, then are we getting 3 times the results, or should we be educating twice as more students?
Well, if I'm correct, summer school is not required for some students, correct? Like, parents can opt out? That and the reading program too, correct? So,
But
Yeah, I wanted
But-
to add that comment, I'm sorry. I was talking with a young mother in town back in June, and I said, oh, is your son going to the Power Up Summer Academy this summer? Because I know he had such a good time last year, and he felt like he made such growth. And she looked at me, she said, no, we're not going to do it again. I just thought I'd spend some more time with him. But he'll be with a babysitter doing such and such. And I'm thinking, you passed up an incredible summer recovery program for a child that you knew needed it. But because you weren't required to send them, you didn't. And therefore, that's one of those spots that didn't get filled. But we hope too that the invitation was sent to the child's parents, and they passed on it.
yeah.
And, you know, in my mind, I'm thinking, why would you do that? And she's, well, you know, it just didn't fit, you know. I'm giving them the summer off, and I couldn't understand it. I mean, I would just think you'd want to take advantage of every opportunity you could to advance your students' situation. But parents don't always see it that way.
Well, let me, if I could, appreciate it. Let me refer to Robert Levy's strategic plan, which.
Dr. Levy.
Yeah, Dr. Levy's strategic plan, which points out that we have close to half of our kids who can't read and do math on grade level. Number one, it states that at the very least, every single parent whose child does not do grade level, and we're talking about minimum grade level, just actual grade level, on reading and math, has to sign a document, which is a short 2-paragraph letter saying, number one, I understand that my child is not reading and or doing math on grade level. And number two, I intend to work with the teacher and the child, both at home and at school, to do that. And I understand that supposedly we have something that supposedly does that, but I don't believe, as I've said before, that it directly goes to the parents, and the parents must sign it and have that understanding that their child is not reading at grade level, because I truly believe that that parent who you're talking about, Ms. Carter, okay, if she had to say, well, you know, I think he's just gonna stay with a babysitter. Oh, by the way, would you mind signing this and saying and admitting that your child does not read and do math at grade level? And now knowing that, by the way, are you gonna send them to summer school? All right? Our job is to raise reading and math levels to something acceptable. And quite frankly, I think 750 students who go to summer school with a population that needs, what are we, 12, we'll call it 12,000 students, 5,500, 5,000 of them, maybe as much as 6,000 of them, don't do reading or math on grade level. Something is wrong, and we've got a responsibility as a board to make sure that A, the parents know it, and number two, we provide the resources so that we never have a summer school again that only has 750 kids and we have needs of 6,000.
Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll look at how to best bring back a briefing or a report on that about our summer school programs, our attendance, the costing. We have data we can bring on that, and we'll bring that back to the board soon.
Could you clarify, you can't require a child to go to summer school?
No, there can be consequences of them not attending. They might be retained. There might be other consequences of that. Might be remedial classes, might be something that impacts their grade promotion, et cetera. So there could potentially be consequences, but no, you can't record. To sum up from addressing learning loss, that's 39% of the budget. There's a savings we've seen over time of those projections and the actuals of almost $950,000. Next slide, capital projects. This has not changed. The projections, the costing has not changed since you last revised your budget in December of 2021. And you also received an update on capital projects in May, where we were. And I know Mr. Baraff is working on bringing something back to the board to update you on where we are with capital projects in September. Is that right, John?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. So when we think about what are those total savings, the total savings we've seen from what we originally projected from the ESSER budgets and what has actually been spent and what's been costing out is about $2.3 million. And again, I've already kind of taken the punchline and letting you know what I recommend we reallocate those funds to. But if the board were to approve that, these next slides are going to move through rather quickly, is showing you what these revised tables would look like based on what we know we came in at in fiscal year 22 and what were recommended revisions moving forward. In mental health and sexual education, you can see the changes now represented in that chart from where we came in from the savings. That is a reduction in the overall amount in mental health and sexual education from over $500,000 to $379,000. The next area of educational technology did represent about 11% of the budget. With this revision, it would be about 10% of the overall ESSER 2 and 3 expenditures. And it's a small reduction of a little over $100,000 totally. But you can see where the where that reallocation recommendation is with our grade 2 to 5 Chromebook refresh. Again, Mike will dive in a little bit, and Kent can answer questions if needed around that Chromebook refresh. We're looking in grades 2 about a 1-to-3 ratio and 3-5 a 1-to-1 ratio, I believe is what we're recommending. So that'd be $1.1 million. To point out, that's an outright purchase, which also saves a little bit of money from the financing of a lease purchase, which is required to also be approved by the Board of Commissioners.
What, you said that was a ratio of what?
About a 1-to-3 in grade 2 and a 1-to-1 in grades 3 through 5.
What, and what about K through 2?
This isn't for K2, this isn't for K1, this is for just grades 2 through 5.
No, I understand that, but didn't we approve K through 2 at 1-to-1?
Apples.
Those were iPads, K1, about a 1-to-2 ratio, Kent, is that right? With existing, it's about a 1-to-1. We purchased at a 1-to-2. Eventually, those existing will no longer be in service, and we either have to purchase more or to be a 1-to-2 ratio.
So it's 1-to-2 and K to 2, and what in grades 3?
Grade 3, just, we originally had requested a 1-to-1, but based on resources that are available, it'd be a 1-to-3 ratio in grade 3. I'm sorry, 1-to-3, I said 3 and went with third grade. 1-to-3 ratio in grades 2, and a 1-to-1 ratio in grades 3 through 5.
1-to-1, you said?
1-to-1.
Okay.
We have a slide on this.
There's a
We'll bring it
slide
up-
on
we'll
this.
bring it up here in a moment.
I shouldn't have even said
There
it.
is a slide.
I think Dr. Metcalf's trying to tell me don't talk about it until it comes up on the slide.
I got nothing to say if you keep talking.
He's trying to bail me out, he really
Dr.
is.
Metcalf is out for that, right?
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Lee. Yes, they'll go into a little more information about that in just a second. Providing principal resources, there is no change here, just a couple revisions based on where the budget was coming in, and reserving funds to be able to continue to support this year. So there's no change here. Going to the next area, the addressing learning loss, 39% of the budget. This slide represents no changes. It continues with, based on where costing came in and based on what we know we're projecting moving forward in the next 2 fiscal years. The next slide adds the 2 additional recommendations for reallocation, the letter of training stipends for the required state training for the science of reading for our pre-K 5 teachers at a total of $930,000. And we'll go into details about how we came up with that in just a second. And the Connect Virtual Academy of $248,000, and again, we'll go into details of what that is supporting in just a few seconds. And that's an increase of about $200,000 of what was in the addressing learning loss portion So that up to a little over $10 million. Again, capital's not changing. We'll be bringing more details on where we are with capital next month. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Metcalf and to Dr. Scott and Ms. Gephardt, so they can go in a little more detail on the recommendation of where we reallocate these budget savings.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Locklear. As he mentioned, we have 3 areas that we're recommending that reallocate those funds to: the Chromebook, the letters training, and Connect. Got the team here. We'll briefly kind of go over each of those 3 areas with your permission, and then I've got the team here who will sit patiently but are open to any deep questions that you might have in those 3 areas. So thank you again for being here, Donna, Kent, and Lisa. First, the Chromebook. I think, Kent can prove me wrong here, I think it was at May 2nd, 2022 meeting that the board agreed to purchase 3,600 devices for grade 2 through 5. That was going to be through a lease option, but we're making a different recommendation here, recommending that we do an outright purchase, that we repurchase 2,945 devices. That will get us, as we already have discussed, to a 1-to-3 ratio in grade 2. We'll work on that and get closer to a 1-to-2 with some of the older devices that we have. But with our new purchases, it would be 1-to-3, and then 1-to-1 in grades 3 through 5. Really needed there based on our principal feedback. A lot of that reason behind because of testing and the amount of testing that they do, the almost weekly testing that they do. They need the devices for this purpose. As Kent has shared with us in the past, we're reaching end of life with our units. Google updates, support, all of that is ended, and so we need to move forward with this 2,945 devices at that ratio. The outright purchase does save us a little bit of money, and this would come in at $1.1 million. Letters, we've shared this before. Letters is a major thing for teachers right now, for our K-5 teachers. This is going to be major. We really appreciate the board aligning our calendar that provided several days for them to be able to do the introduction to the letters. But that's simply the introduction that's being provided by DPI and the contract that they have to provide that training. In addition to that, and you've seen this chart before, I'll ask Charlie to pull it up if he can, our teachers are doing an incredible amount of training on their own. Now, we'll provide them a lot of support. Ms. Gephardt's team is put together a whole plan around that to try to provide support to our teachers, but they're giving up an incredible amount of time. For a 3 through 5 teacher, it's 8 units over a 2-year period. So that's 4 units a year, and you can see just Unit 1 is almost 20 hours, up to 20 hours for that completion. Unit 2 is up to 21 hours. Unit 3 up to 22 and a half hours. Unit 4 gets you another 23. So this year, up to 87 hours that they would be doing this work. There's no time in their day for that, so they're doing that on their own time. And some of them may do that during planning and try to work on that. And we're offering sessions on weekends. We'll be offering sessions of support in the evenings. But our teachers are really delving into this. For them to do this right is a huge undertaking. That's just 1 year. We get into the 2nd year. We go through another 4 units. You get down to the bottom, and you can see the total number of hours is getting close to 168, 169 hours that a teacher would need to work on that. Yes?
Just a quick question. Do they get any credit,
CEUs.
Thank you.
Yeah, they'll get educational units for that, for sure. We will provide them, as much support as we possibly can, but we also want to provide them a little bit of a stipend. It doesn't match in any way the amount of hours that they would be putting into it. You can go back to the slideshow there, Charlie. We do want to provide them some support, though, economically, if we can. And so we're recommending that we give $333 a unit if they reach the mastery certification. So there's 2 certifications they could get. One is just completing the course, and they still have to meet a certain level of success just to complete the course. But we want them to achieve beyond that. We want them to achieve the mastery certificate, and we want to provide them a little bit of a stipend. I don't think it really in any way covers the amount of hours that would go into it, but that would be $330 per unit. There's 347 teachers in K-5, And so that would be over a 2-year period, $2,640 per teacher that they would receive. Now, pre-K teachers are a little different because they've only got 4 units over that 2-year period of time. And so for them, that per teacher for the 11 pre-K teachers that would be involved in the letters training, it would be $1,320.
Is that over 2 years?
Yes.
So the $1 million or $900,000 is split over 2 years, $450,000
Yes, sir.
per year, because I see it in the chart as being $1 million. So we only have to spend 400,000 of that this year, right?
That would be correct.
465 per physical.
465 per year. Yes.
Might I ask, and I really hate to ask this, but a teacher who's got certification is going to be valuable to every school system in the state. Is there any way this can be structured in that if the teacher opts to train and then leave Moore County the next year,
Over a period of time, every teacher in the state needs to
it's going to
take
be trained, right? But I hate for us to be putting $2,600, whatever, into a teacher this year to find they go over and teach in Cumberland County next year. So, I mean, they can wait and do it in Cumberland County. I'm sorry, Cumberland, but, you know, I don't know
But
how
some
bonuses
type
are
of-
done, but
yeah.
I mean, can it be paid after the teacher signs their contract for the next year?
Well, to Ms. Carter's point, if I can, I had that written down, I wrote that down earlier. We should look at obligated service. You know, we will, you know, assuming the board agrees to this, then the obligated service, you know, in exchange for you agreeing to stay on for 2 years or 1 year, we're gonna pay for this, but if you don't, then you have to pay us back on a prorated basis.
However it can be structured. I don't know, I just think it's a thought.
That's how
It's-
things like that are normally
it's-
structured.
It's terrible to train them, and we know that because we got people floating all around in all the surrounding counties, and who were well-trained in Moore County and then move on. I wholeheartedly support paying them for it, no doubt. It's a wonderful program, and it will add so much to our K through 5 classrooms, or even pre-K through 5. But I don't want to see them pack up and leave us because they get enticed away by a signing bonus in Montgomery County. Yeah, just my thought.
I had one more question. Any of the principals going to be taught?
Ms. Gephardt, you want to respond to that? You already have principals working.
We, all of our principals are taking the full letters training, just like their teachers are. We started that back last January.
Great.
So we are starting Unit 3 in August this year. So they're going through that with a teacher leader in their building to help support their teachers, to help guide them and support them as they're moving through. Each administrator will also receive a administrator training that sort of looks at what do you monitor when you go into classrooms? What should a letters classroom look like?
Right.
They will have 2 units of that this year and then 2 units of that next year.
Great.
And if I could just offer a little perspective on your and Mr. Hensley's, I definitely understand the feeling that if we're going to invest significantly in giving training stipends to our staff, that there be some commitment from the staff to use that training in Moore County schools. I would say the uniqueness about this situation is that every teacher in the state of North Carolina K-5 has either already had to be trained or in process of being trained or will be trained in the 3rd cohort. We're in the 3rd cohort. We purposely waited until the 3rd cohort to be trained so we could have the best information to support our folks as we went into training. So I just put that realization that every teacher in the state's being required to be trained. If this was something we were doing above and beyond what other school districts were doing, I would figure out, I agree with you 100%. I offer that perspective. That's all.
So
Certainly the board can direct us and we'll put a plan together and we'll get it done. But I just offer that perspective.
So what is the deadline, the time frame for the deadline of the requirement for all teachers in the state to have this done? Is it like end of next year or?
For us, it will be in 2024, but then we have to have a sustainability plan.
Okay.
We have to be able to train anyone new coming in, and we've already started work on that sustainability plan, so that the expectation from the Department of Public Instruction is that even after in 2025, when a new cohort of teachers come in, we have to train any of them who have not currently had letters training.
And as they go through their hours, what do they receive some type of completion document as they complete each
Certificate.
course going through?
We
And then
do.
they turn that in to some of you guys to
Yeah.
let you know that they've.
We have a process to be able to monitor, so
Accountability.
if somebody gets behind,
Okay,
we can intervene and provide
Okay.
support.
okay.
So 60% of the state is already trained.
Yes.
So we're in that last group that's, or 66%, yeah, whatever. So we can hire from Montgomery County.
Yes.
That's right, we can still,
Yeah,
I
they
think
may
we
already
are.
be trained.
Yeah, we are.
I think we are, yes.
Do you have something, Bob,
Yeah, I
before we
do.
get through the end? Go ahead.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Maybe I'm the only person who's concerned that we're taking a Mississippi program, which was presented to us as something that wouldn't cost us anything, and that the federal government, the state government was going to pay fully for, and now we're going to spend $1 million. And I don't doubt that the teachers deserve it, but I also remember that we just spent $2 million giving bonuses to teachers, and what that cost us was an HVAC unit at Pinckney, I believe it was. And we're still, we're still faced with an unfunded mandate. I sort of feel like we approved this, and what was supposed to cost us nothing, and now we're spending $1 million. And what can $1 million buy? $1 million can get us, at least for 1 year, it can get us teachers to lower class size to 24 in grades 3 and 4. Excuse me, 4 and 5. So, I don't know, somehow we just keep coming up with this money, and sometimes and I don't doubt that the teachers deserve it, and they should get it. But we're going to have to take an overall look at the money we're spending and why we're spending $1 million on a program out of Mississippi. Okay, which the last time I looked was not the big leader. I mean, are they a leader in reader education? Are they have are they ranked highly in reader education?
They are moving forward,
Showing success.
when Catherine Truitt went the direction of how we were gonna implement letters, she followed closely the Mississippi model because of the successes they had observed in their reading scores as they've been moving the program forward.
They've been moving, so where do they rank?
I'd have to go look for that, I have not.
Sort of like they went from 50th to 45th or something? And it's gonna cost us $1 million? I honestly don't see it. But I suppose I'll have to vote for it because I feel that when you've put it to us this way, the teachers would revolt if we don't give them the money, and they certainly deserve it. But we need to understand that for every $1 million we spend on $2 million on a bonus last year, $1 million on stipends, $1 million each on tracks, okay? We're supposedly, with our strategic plan, are supposed to have evidence-based programs, okay? And I've seen a lot of programs, and I've seen a lot of expenditures, but I haven't seen much evidence, okay? And that is something that is sorely, sorely lacking. Oh, and by the way, and let me congratulate Dr. Locklear, because I've been sort of hard on him today, and I'm sorry about that. I appreciate your work jettisoning Panorama and getting us, freeing up some more money so that we can do more positive and evidence-based work for our students. So I do appreciate it. It took a little extra effort to do that, and I think I appreciate it.
If I could just add something too, just being a teacher way back when, I remember things that were required from the state for us to learn, and how stressful that was, knowing that you had to teach from 7 a.m. And I didn't get out of school. I mean, like most teachers, we didn't get out till 5. I mean, you know, I was walking out the door, headed home 5 o'clock, and starting way back over at 7 a.m. So having that little bit of money, it just, I mean, it may sound like a lot overall, but to each teacher, just to have that little bit of money, just to help them with that, whether it's gas or their time, because their time is valuable. I greatly appreciate it, and I 100% support that.
Well, thank you. This is, in my mind, this is not a bonus to teachers. This is a
Exactly.
stipend
Right.
in which we're paying for
Their
time
time.
that they're giving, that they're required to give,
Right.
that we're requiring of them to learn this particular amount of information. And it's a small stipend when compared to the amount of hours that they're going to have to put in it to reach the mastery certificate level. The estimate of the $930,600 is based on each of those teachers earning the mastery certificate. I think we'll come in under that, because my guess is that some of the teachers, Donna's giving me a dirty look because she's going to push hard to make sure all of our teachers reach that higher level. But my guess is that some of them will reach in the mastery of completion and receive the lesser amount of $165.
And not to say that the state shouldn't be paying that, because I fully agree that if you know, Catherine decided to do this statewide, then, I mean, she should be paying for those stipends. But because they're not, and that is a common thing, I'm glad that we are.
Dr. Metcalf, did you have something else?
One more item. Thank you for keeping us on track. And no, I appreciate you keeping us on track. And this is the Connect Virtual Academy. This you have seen in terms of our budget conversation. I'll give you some updated numbers if you're interested. As of this morning, I talked to Mr. Swafford, our principal of Connect. We're at 206 students in the virtual program. The Blend Ed has 51, and of those, in the Connect, 22 are new students to Moore County. 22
Yay.
are new students to Moore County. And in the Blend Ed, 27 would be new students to the Blend Ed. So that's,
Here, very excellent for Mr. Swafford,
Yeah.
okay, who is one of our best.
Mr. Swafford is, as you
And
know,
there's-
yes.
There's no question about it, and appreciate especially his participation in the expo a couple of months ago, and we're really doing a good service for homeschoolers and throughout Moore County.
I personally, some of the homeschoolers I know, and so many are close to our lines. I've been trying to encourage them to get enrolled here.
That we have options available for
Yeah.
those students, and
Yeah.
I think it's going to grow. He's enrolling students every day, and is very open to students from outside of the county, obviously, too, so
Yeah.
working through that
Awesome.
process. So
Great.
this you've seen, this is really just the seed money that we shared with you again on May 2nd as a part of our budget conversations to try to pull in and get this up and running, and hopefully it'll be very successful. Seems to be off to a great start.
Board members, does anybody have questions or comments before we get
I do.
next item?
I've been holding all my questions till the end, but let me start with this. So Blend Ed and the full-blown virtual academy, how many total students is that?
Total students is 255 right now.
Okay, so that guidance counselor's workload is going to be significantly below a normal workload of a Moore County school counselor? Is that the first thing?
If we have schools that are about that size, some of our elementary schools are 200 in Cameron.
Okay, so let's
and
take
others.
Pinecrest. How many students does a counselor at Pinecrest have?
I'm not
More like 500 or 600.
More about 5.
Yeah, that's what I thought, is
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
counselor, this is like a part-time job compared to our other counselors, so.
Well, I would note-
disagree.
It may be, well, my point is, this may be the right part, is if this person's servicing, how many students are you say attended?
Currently, 255
255 in the virtual academy and blended.
in blended.
Yeah, so this counselor is gonna have half the workload of, say, a counselor at Pinecrest or, okay.
They are K-12. It is a virtual blended environment, so that brings its own unique circumstances and things to work through as a guidance counselor. They're supporting those students and parents. So there are some unique qualities of being a counselor in this type of setting. But you're right, compared to a Pinecrest counselor, it's probably double the student ratio that you see at a high school counselor. Some of our elementary counselors, smaller, or K-8s, the smaller schools, is about the same. But you're right, there is a contrast, especially with our secondary counselors.
Multiple roles, a K-8, multiple roles. They'll also be responsible for much what a social worker may be doing at other schools in terms of reaching out to families, ensuring that students are engaging. The role is quite different virtually, I believe.
Okay, so if we could back up a few slides to where you went over the hours for the letters training, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Actually, really just one question. Is 188 total hours for all of the, I wrote a note down, I just unclear if it's per
Sure,
year
if you scroll all the
or
way
for
down
2
to
years.
the bottom, it, for the, it is 168 hours for units 1 through 8.
That's 1 year's worth, or that's both
Two
years?
years.
2 years. Okay, so that's about, well, 137, so that's between $14 and $16 an hour for the stipend. Was that your guys' goal, to get it to about $15 an hour stipend? I mean, you take the dollar amount, you take, the median of that is, say, 150, and you divide that into 2640, and you come up with 2640 divided by, say, 150. So 1760 an hour is the stipend. So we're gonna pay our teachers $17.60 an hour to do this professional development. Okay, I just wanted to make sure everyone understood the estimated hours and the amount of the stipend. Let me say a couple things about this. Like everyone else, you know, I share in, oh, this is great, you know, because 3 months ago, we were patting ourselves on the back, oh, this is great, it's paid for by the state, and here we are, $1 million, not paid for by the state. I will point out, and I'm not sure where I fall on this, you know, I'm thinking it through, listening to other board members, but I will say that there are plenty of professions that do professional development. You know, I've got accountants that work for me that do professional development, and, you know, there are plenty of people who pay professional development out of their pockets because that is their responsibility as a professional. I think in order to make an informed decision on this, I would like to see, Dr. Locklear, when we cover this in a week, I would like to see a slide that shows for last calendar year, the average pay of a Moore County school teacher, the median pay of a Moore County school teacher, along with the average pay of a Moore County resident and the median pay of a Moore County resident. I don't think those figures have ever been presented. There's all kinds of information out there. You know, teachers are underpaid and this and that. I would like to see the actual figures. I would like to see the average pay for last calendar year of a Moore County school teacher and the median pay of a Moore County school teacher.
Yes, sir, we can work to provide that information to the board.
Well, I mean, it's readily available on the DPI website, I think. But I would like for that to include the entire year, though, not just the 12 months, because you have teachers that work summer school and all of that. So if we can get a snapshot of that.
Just curious, and I think that information will be very interesting. How does it affect your feeling on the stipends?
I don't know. You know, everything's relative. It's like the discussion of, when we decompress the classified salaries. You know, if we have highly paid teachers, you know, I'm not sure what highly paid means, but if we have highly paid teachers, then I am less inclined to give them a stipend than a new teacher who's just starting out. You know, I hear all the time that we lose our best and brightest young teachers. Well, that's because we have a pay scale based upon longevity. And when they come in, they could be the best performers in the school district. They could be the teacher of the year, you know, second year here, teacher of the year, and they are the second lowest paid year group in all of Moore County schools, regardless of how proficient they are. So I would like to see, I just want to see what we're dealing with here as far as pay, because no one's ever told me how much a teacher makes in Moore County schools. And I'm interested in seeing last year's numbers.
You know, and with that pay scale, let me just go ahead and say that I wholeheartedly agree. Second year, third year, you can be a phenomenal teacher. The newness has gotten off and you're just incredible. Same thing for that teacher at 16, 17, 18 years who doesn't see an increase from the state for 10 years.
Yeah.
Our teacher salary scale is just off, no matter what, it's off.
Well, that's.
But it would be interesting to see the numbers.
You know, that's why the military, I mean, that is absolutely 100% why the military loses their best and brightest young officers, is because best and brightest come in. And granted, these are, as Bob would point out, these are statistics. This is no indictment of anyone here, right? It's large numbers. But a lot of, well, a friend of mine who's a CEO of a major company here, his administrative assistant is a former Moore County school teacher, because 2 years in, she realized she could make more money as an executive assistant. But, you know, that's the price you pay for not having a performance-based pay system and having it based upon longevity. But anyway, to answer your question, Ms. Carter, I would just like to see it, and then maybe we kind of, you know, look and let's see what those salary ranges are too. I don't know how to present that, but you know, you've got a mean and you've got an average, two different numbers. Well, what's the range there? So anyway, that's why I asked.
Dr.
and then-
Metcalf, did you guys have
No,
anything
ma'am.
additional?
Questions?
Okay, so,
Well, I'm sorry, I have one
Okay.
other
Okay.
observation on the Chromebooks. On the Chromebooks, I'm a technology guy by degree, by occupational specialty. I hear, and I heard Mr. Metcalf say, you know, we have administrators saying that this is a one-to-one ratio is a priority. A one-to-one ratio is a priority. Okay, what I'd like to know is, okay, administrator, would you rather have a one-to-one ratio of Chromebooks, or would you rather have a 1-to-2 ratio and, say, an additional teacher, or however that math works? Because everyone always makes decisions in a vacuum. You know, gosh, we want to not increase our meal program. Well, how does that affect this over here? And, you know, there are trade-offs in budgetary, when you go through a budget, there's trade-offs. There's no such thing as a free lunch. We discussed that earlier. And gosh, I want a one-to-one Chromebook. Well, okay, we're going to reduce you a teacher. Or if you don't do that, we can give you an additional teacher. Which do you want?
I would say we've had that conversation. We
Yeah.
have a lot of conversations connecting to teachers,
Right.
because certainly the board is interested in that, which we greatly appreciate. I think the feedback that we get is, for one teacher, they take the one-to-one. And the reason is that one teacher doesn't reduce their class sizes that much when they look at their entire school. It doesn't help them dramatically. They need 4 teachers or 5 teachers to be able to really reduce class sizes. And so when you're saying one or the other, at this stage, they would take, I think we've heard that, would take the one-to-one because of the impact on the classroom, the time impact, the fact that the testing is weekly, and they need that, they need that ability to do that in a timely way so that they can continue their instruction because of the content, because of the curriculum. They would say, particularly at the older grades, particularly 3 on up, they would say the one-to-one if you compare it to one teacher. Now, if you said 5 teachers, I might get a much different answer from them.
So, well, and, excuse me, Bob, and that's why we need to do a bottom-up, a zero-based budget where we start off with one position in a school, and that's a principal, and we start building it out. Because you're right, if you piecemeal this, and the discussion's always one teacher, it's half a teacher, it's a quarter of a teacher. But if you take a holistic view of it and say, look, here's where there's some trade-offs, and, you know, these trade-offs can range from 0 teachers to 10 teachers, and let's just do it all at once. But you're right, Mr. Metcalf, if we present it one issue at a time, it never adds up to a significant amount of teachers. But like everything else, you know, it all adds up. That's.
Yeah, just, now, you said that this is gonna cost us an additional, this Chromebook thing, it's gonna cost us an additional 1.1 million, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's added 1.1 million. You said 10 to 15.
Repurposed.
Pardon?
Repurposed
Repurposed.
1.1 million. Repurposing the savings for 1.1 for.
All right, we're gonna
2 through
take out of
5.
our savings, which we've got in the
The
sound of
ESSER,
bank,
ESSER 2 and 3 savings.
$1.1 million into purchasing Chromebooks as opposed to leasing them.
Mhm.
Now, my math at $70,000 a teacher is about 15 teachers. Am I wrong here?
If you didn't purchase any of the computers, the 1.1, I think that would be 15 teachers in that range. Mhm.
Right, but you only lease them.
No, the
No.
previous approved, if I may, Mike,
Please.
the previous, what the board had previously approved was a lease purchase agreement for, I think, 3,600.
3,600.
3,600
3,600,
Chromebooks for 2.5 refresh across the district. That, the next step in that, after the board approved that in May, was to take it to our Board of Commissioners. They have to also approve that because we were going to utilize the Digital Learning Fund for that lease purchase agreement. We then learned that through the budget development process, the commissioners were going to, there was a strong possibility, based on the county manager's recommendation, that they roll the Digital Learning Fund into the operating fund. And so that was no longer a strategy or a process we could move forward, so we paused doing any refresh. And once we saw where our ESSER funding came in, this is a strategy to move forward with refreshing a need that we have at grades 2 through 5 with our Chromebooks, not doing a lease purchase, but doing a straight-out purchase for what we can afford based on the savings. And by doing a straight-out purchase, you do save on the financing that would have went into a lease purchase. But this is what this recommendation is, to reallocate those funds to, keeping in mind our ESSER funds are one-time source of funding that we have to spend out, in the next 2 fiscal years.
Right, but the $750,000 we got, it was just put into a different bank account, which it was actually $750,000 less about $40,000, which, because it was put into a different bank account, had to go to our charters. Am I right? Okay.
That's correct. There's a
All
portion
right.
off the top of any additional funding that increases our per pupil and therefore gets sent to the
Right,
charters. Yes.
right. So that $750,000 didn't disappear. As a matter of fact, the commissioners gave us that $750,000. So, Mike, if we did the lease purchase, how much less would we spend? Or are we gonna spend more on the lease purchase?
You spend more.
$56,000 more on the lease purchase. 54,500, excuse me. 54,500 as noted there in the slide.
So what I don't really understand is, we were going to take that $750,000, which we got, all right, and do a lease on these Chromebooks. Now we're gonna take it from the ESSER fund, so we have $750,000.
Well, there's,
Am I wrong?
well, you're not wrong necessarily, Mr. Levy, you just don't have all the information. That $750,000 that was in that digital learning fund that we were utilizing strategically over time with multi-year lease purchases, we already have commitments from that funding source. We already had commitments in previous years where this board and the Board of Commissioners have approved lease purchases for past refreshes And so we already have things that we're committed to paying for. That was pinpointed to that digital learning fund. Roughly about $300,000 in the next fiscal year, for the next at least 3 fiscal years, based on what we've committed to so far. Those are rough, round numbers. But, so that money is already targeted. We're already gonna have to find ways to pay for those commitments we already have. So that's the additional information that you're just not including in your analysis.
So when we had the $750,000, we really didn't have the $750,000 to pay for the lease because we had $300,000 committed to somewhere else. Am I wrong?
No, sir. When you do a lease purchase, it's a piece of the total purchase over those years. It's a 4-year lease purchase?
That's correct.
Kent,
How much is right?
4-year lease purchase, so how much was it gonna be roughly a year?
It was approximately 300,000. I think it was 330,000.
Per year?
Per year, over 4 years.
Okay.
That was for the 3,600 devices though at the time.
So
Right.
it's a segment of that per year that you end up paying over a 4-year period.
So we still, if we keep on the old lease purchase plan, we still have the $750,000, which, by the way, what does it cost, Mr. Barath, to do that HVAC system over at Pinckney? Do you know off the top of your head?
There were 2 different projects over there, so each one was roughly 250,000 in that range.
So we could take this, we could stay with the old plan and take this money and spend it on that permanent thing over at Pinckney, which we had to get rid of because we want to give the teachers bonuses. Okay, so I don't understand it. Actually, I think I do, which frightens me. So, no. Stick with your old plan. Repurpose this to go over to Pinckney for our, for what we were going to do when we gave the teachers the bonuses, okay? So we can at least give those poor kids over at Pinckney a decent HVAC system and stay with your old plan. 4 years from now, it may cost us $46,000, but 4 years, for the next 4 years, the kids over at Pinckney will have an HVAC system. Tell me where I'm wrong.
I think you just made money. I think you just printed money from thin air. Can I make a suggestion, Dr. Locklear?
Yes, go ahead.
Look, there's part that's missing. Here's what's happening. We passed, but when we went through the budget cycle, when we discussed the upcoming budget, there was a list of items that were the superintendent's and the central office requests. And that was one chart. And then there was stuff that we school board members added. You know, there was unpacking of the classified staff. Well, there was implementing the classified staff salary as a must-have. Then there was unpacking it, right, which was kind of an optional but board thing. I think what's happening that's causing some of this confusion is we're talking about those issues that were on those 2 tables, and we're talking about how we're going to allocate the reduced increase that we got. I want to make sure the pilot gets that right. An increase is an increase. A 10% increase is not a decrease, right? So the reduced increase that we got, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to figure out of those 2 tables what we're going to fund. Well, I think we need to go back to those 2 tables and in a deliberate process say, okay, we got a 10% increase, we were hoping for a 20% increase, so what are we going to do? Because really, in effect, that's with the Chromebooks and one other item on here, that's really what we're doing, is we're kind of reallocating the things between those 2 tables. But what's causing confusion here is that $800,000 that was digital funding fee was lumped back in, but some people think that money already existed when it really didn't. I think the money's getting double counted. I'm not sure where you got this extra money.
I'm not double counting because they simply took it from one pile and put it into another pile.
Yeah.
We still got the same money.
Yeah.
Actually less $40,000
Less
because,
50K or
right.
whatever, yeah.
So we still got the money. So we're in no different position. We're in no different position than we were when we originally did the refresh of the Chromebooks, except that we now know that we're going to have an additional $1 million in ESSER funds, because we have it, because that doesn't have anything to do with what the county gave us. We've got an additional $1 million in ESSER funds, and we're wondering how we're gonna allocate that. What you're really doing is double counting your digital fund
Right, so-
and the ESSER funds, and you don't need that. If we did it correctly, when we originally approved the money from the digital fund. Spend the money on the digital fund for what we said we were gonna spend the money on the digital fund. But you're taking these ESSER funds and you're throwing them in with the mix. That's how you're double counting.
Well, what we're not doing is, so what we're doing is we got a 10% increase from the county commissioners, and we have those two tables. And then we have this extra $1 million of ESSER funds. What we should do is go back to those original two tables and say, okay, we got a 10% or whatever it is, 10% increase from the county commissioners. Plus we have this $1 million. Here's the two tables. Here's what the superintendent and the central office said are must-haves or their requests. Here's the board's request. Let's go back to those, because we already agreed 3 months ago that that's what we were gonna do. Let's throw this teacher stipend in there, and we're back to our budgetary process, is exactly where we're at.
Well, except that we can put that HVAC system in there.
Well, it'll sort itself out, but that wasn't on there. The point is, Bob, that wasn't on either one of those two tables. There was a counselor for Cranes Creek.
If I may offer.
There was, all kinds of stuff. But
Yes.
we need to go back to those two tables, lump this money in, and let's make a deliberate decision.
If I may offer, appreciate the thought, and you're right, you have to look at things in totality. If I may offer that, we've taken the approach from the beginning with our ESSER funds to look at how can we use these on one-time costs. That's why capital has been a major focus, because we know we can use that now, and that will benefit us for many, many years to come when we have a major renovation or a major project. And so that's been our focus along with this, with technology costs, with other costs. It's been about what can we do right now, and not committing ourselves when we get past that funding cliff. And so that's what we've continued to take that approach. That's what these three requests are about. I would say with the teacher stipends and with the Connect Academy, these are ones I do feel we need to make a decision on, or have that decision from the board as we go into the new year, so we can be communicating that and looking at how we support that. And, the technology, again, you're right, that $750,000 used to be separate from whatever our operation funding was and our recurring funding was. Now, they've eliminated the digital learning fund, and that was part of the increase they were looking at in our operating that's now recurring, about $3.4 million. But I think we need to make sure we're looking at, as Mr. Hensley, I'm agreeing with Mr. Hensley, we need to look at, okay, what is our fixed costs? How are we accommodating that with that $3.4 million of recurring funding? And are there ways to accommodate through using, whether that be fund balance, or whether that be, it could be ESSER, to accommodate some other things that the board had priorities around, whether that be decompressing the classified salary scale, whether it be allotting some additional teachers for the next fiscal year or next 2 fiscal years. But that's a conversation to have once we're able to bring back more information, which it is my plan to do that in September. And to have some more information around the total budget and looking at that chart again and looking at where we're sitting. But again, the request with the technology is looking at, these are funds, these are savings that we've had. This is we can do an outright purchase, and then it's not a commitment past that. We don't have a funding cliff to be looking at with that. And the other point I'd like to make when you're thinking about that digital learning fund is that now is in our operational funding. And so we also have some other demands on that operational funding for fixed cost. And while we do have our commitment, and we were looking at that as a whole separate fund, it wasn't in our operational funding. Now we have to look at that money that's now been put in operational fund. of how we accommodate those fixed costs that we know we're gonna have in the next year.
But
So that's part of the equation we just need to take into account.
But your fixed costs did not rise because of the change in the operational, in the placing of the $750,000 from one bank to another bank. So if it makes it simpler, take the $750,000, less $40,000 out and put it in a separate account. And we're back to, we're back to square one, and we can do what we said we were gonna do with the digital learning, but we can take that $1 million and maybe do what Mr. Hensley said, or maybe get that HVAC system, or make a decision. But that $1 million is new money. And we've already committed to using the digital learning funds regardless of whether it's in Bank of America or Wachovia. If it makes it simpler, take it out of Bank of America and put it into Wachovia. Do you see what I mean? Just because it's in two different piles doesn't mean that you have additional demands. You may have additional demands, but it has nothing to do with putting it in different piles.
I'm sure we can have further conversation about this. I guess the simplest response I'd have with that is there is no longer a digital learning fund. There is no such thing as a digital learning. That's been wrote into our operational costs. And so now we have to accommodate for all of our operational costs from that increase. There's no longer such a thing as a digital learning fund. And so as we're planning for our technology needs moving forward, we do have to think about how we accomplish that. And this was one strategy to do that would not burden our operational costs.
So pretend like there was a digital learning fund, take $750,000 out of it, put it in a separate bank account, now you got a digital learning fund. I find it just hard to fathom how when they give us money, which we intended to get, and they just put it in a different pile, that all of a sudden now we've got to use it for something else. No, we don't. We're going to use it for what we said we were going to use it for, regardless of which pile they give it to us, whether they write it in one check or two checks.
I have a simple question. It doesn't have anything to do with whatever fund it's in. If we did not use the money to purchase, the technology, and we continue to do the thing we do now, how much a year would it cost?
You just repeat that question one more time.
To do what we want to do with technology, if we did not use the $750,000, how much would it cost us per year? Like how much would it cost us next year if we did the lease thing?
$330,000 just for these devices.
Okay,
Correct.
so it'd be $330,000 a year?
Yes, for
Right.
4
Forever.
years. For 4 years.
Yes.
For 4
But then-
years, okay,
what-
but 330 times 4, and that's where you go, Bob.
So what we're seeing
It
here
costs
is,
us more.
by doing this as a purchase, we've identified this as a need, and by doing it as a purchase, if we decide to use these funds, we can leverage an approximately $54,000 savings. So
No,
that's
no,
one of the
understand
advantages
that.
of
So it
going
would
with it
cost
this
us
way.
more.
It will cost
to
us
do the
more
lease.
overall over that time period. That's correct.
But you could do that from the digital learning fund.
Well-
Which-
Well, we don't have one.
Oh, sure we do. It's the $750,000 that they gave us, and then we put it in our operating fund. Take it out of the operating fund, put it back in the digital learning fund. It's only a matter of, all it is a matter of accounting.
Bob, I don't think we put it in the operating fund. The commissioners did that.
Okay, so take it out of the operating fund and put
But
it
it
into a
doesn't
digital.
matter.
Let's
It's gonna
move to
cost us more
our
if we
next
lease.
item.
Well, let me, Chair, if I can make just one closure statement. Here's a recommendation, Dr. Locklear. It seems to me, I went back and looked. I went and found the.
pay every year.
It's fine, just.
Go ahead, David.
I went and found the presentation we gave the county commissioners, and our priorities and your priorities are priorities. So we have to lump the Chromebooks back in there, because, that was a digital learning fee that we thought we were getting. So it wasn't identified in these unfunded requirements. So we have to include that back in, that's causing some
Right.
confusion.
Right.
But, when I go through here, there's certified staff, local supplement step, there's utility rate increases, there's a counselor for Cranes Creek, there's decompression of the classified staff. There's all this stuff that we discussed and agreed upon, and, you know, we should add in this stipend for the teachers so we can discuss that. But in my opinion, this is what we need to go back to, because we never did this, I don't think, unless I have a big memory gap. You know, we asked the county commissioners for a $7.6 million increase, and they gave us whatever,
3.4.
3.4, and then they took away the digital, so we netted 2.5 million. Then we discover we got $1 million in savings from ESSER funds, right? Okay, so we've got a $3.5 million increase that we didn't have last year, and that we didn't know that we would have going into this year. But what never happened is the central office never came back to us, the school board, and said, look, guys, we asked for $7.5 million. You, the school board, told us what you wanted to do. We told you what we wanted you to do. We asked for $7.8 million. We can come up with $3.5 million. Hey, guys, how do you want to spend this?
Mm-hmm.
But we never put it back in context of the counselor in Cranes Creek. So I have no idea how we're spending the 2.5 additional that we're getting from the county commissioners, yet I'm expected to move on and decide how we're gonna spend this ESSER funds. That is getting information piecemealed. And I can tell you this, the worst thing you can do to a board or a decision maker is to just piecemeal them information so you never get the whole picture. I want to see the whole picture.
Mm-hmm.
That's all that I'm asking is, let's go back to what we agreed upon. You guys can lump in anything else that you think's appropriate, such as these stipends for this letters program. Let's go back to this chart. Let's figure out where the money's coming from. Okay, we got $3.5 million. Where do you guys want to spend it? Whether it's technology or stipends or whatever. But that, we never circled around and did that. I don't recall.
Now, that's
So-
300, it's 2.5 million plus,
Yeah, the million.
plus it's more than a million.
Well, it's whatever. They'll figure it all out. We can-
Plus
altogether.
3.4, which
Altogether.
is
Yes.
ESSER
Yeah.
money, so that's 5 point whatever.
Something,
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
so there's your money.
yeah.
That's correct.
So we're gonna move to our
Absolutely correct.
next item, okay?
Well, can I just add a thought here, because I know you want to move on, but
Yes.
I have to agree with David on this. I think that looking just visually, even for the public to look at that and see where we're spending it, where it's going, I think even just a recap of that would be great, even for Monday. I know maybe a longer meeting, maybe we need to start a little bit earlier, but I think you're right on that. I think we should relook at that and just to refresh us. Okay, it's going to the counselor, we remember that, so just we know what that money was going to, because the county commissioners did not give us all that we wanted. So obviously we have to make cuts somewhere. We just need to make sure what we're cutting.
Right, okay, and
Yes, ma'am.
we can talk,
We can talk
Talk
about
about
that, and I
that.
can look at what I can pull
Yeah.
together with the staff.
yeah,
We did update the board last month,
Yeah.
a brief update on where we were with the funding, and what that accommodated in our fixed costs, and then ideas of moving forward with some of those priorities from the board. We can bring that back, see what additional work I can do with that, and bring back to the
okay.
board. Be
I
happy
have
to
that
do that
down
as
as a
a
follow-up.
Even just a
connection to this
Yeah.
recommendation.
Yeah, I have that down as a follow-up item,
Yes,
okay?
ma'am.
Next, we're getting into operating procedures, 5410-R endorsement, Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is another one that may have some additional dialogue and discussion about, but what I would say is, last month, there were some questions around the operating procedures with 5410 and Board Policy 5410, the operating procedures and regulation with that. And just as a brief overview, an operating procedure to your board policy, as I noted last month, I feel my role as superintendent is to implement the policies that you pass and you put into place. And it's my role to make sure myself as the chief executive officer and our staff and administration implement that with fidelity. And so an operating procedure and regulation is put into place to do that, to make sure board policies are implemented and there's procedures in place for how they're implemented and how they're regulated. So that's what a operating procedure and regulation is. What I brought to you last month was a revision from an existing operating procedure and regulation, I think was last revised in 2017. Worked with Dr. Metcalf and staff, got feedback from the board policy committee on revising that operating procedure. So that's what I brought back and we discussed last month. Based on your feedback, based on the questions, based on some of the things that were brought up from the board, I committed to pulling the implementation of that revised operating procedure, looking at how we might refine that additionally based on your feedback and questions, how we can be more clear with what we're putting in that operating procedure, bring that back this month for your formal endorsement of that operating procedure. Worked with Mr. Swartz, our new board attorney, so that was fresh eyes on this. Formerly had worked with our former board attorney, Sterling Smith, so this is fresh eyes from Mr. Swartz, and we really appreciate his feedback and thoughts around some of the things that were brought up. So even though I know we've had a engaging afternoon, I do want to take some time and walk through this, especially pointing out, I would point your attention to the red line version of this, and that's what we've got pulled up on the monitor. I've put one in front of you so you could follow along with us. And I do want to point out especially the red line changes from what I brought you last month. So this is comparing what I brought you last month with what I'm bringing you now for your endorsement.
Dr. Locklear,
Yes,
you
ma'am.
mind if I make just one comment?
Yes, ma'am.
Just so that our board members, that everybody is on the same page. As a board, we understand and know that we have oversight and authority to set policy. That is at our board's discretion. And so once that is done for any policy, then in talking with Dr. Locklear, I think some of the terminology that was presented, such as regulation, and within the guidelines of the operating procedure, I think was maybe misinterpreted some way. But basically, Dr. Locklear's responsibility is to take board policy and drill it down into a standard operating procedure for the school, for the employees. So what he's done is now he's taking this policy, and I don't know what the policy number is, it may be 5410 or whatever it is. But anyway, the policy that was adopted, approved by the board, now we are drilling down into the standard day-to-day operating procedure. Dr. Locklear.
Yes, ma'am. The first, so we'll just walk through this, and I'll try to, I won't read every word, but there are some parts that I do want to read to you, and especially hone in on the red line edits. There was a question about board authority. Again, I think Madam Chair just hit on that. So the first change you'll see on this operating procedures in the title itself, that we're talking about not only just selection procedures, but reconsideration procedures when there is a concern or complaint or challenge. The first paragraph emphasizes what's in general statute, or that the board authority, that the Board of Education of Moore County retains the sole authority to select and procure supplemental instructional materials, whether or not materials contain commercial advertising, determine if materials are related to within the limits of prescribed curriculum, and determine when the materials will be presented to students during the school day, consistent with statutory and constitutional legal standards. And later in this document, that's explicitly spelled out how selections, instructional resources, books, what areas they can be pulled for. The board also retains sole authority and discretion to determine whether a challenge has merit and whether challenged material should be retained or removed, consistent with all legal standards, subject to the board's final authority. The board delegates, and this was in the former procedure, responsibility for coordinated selection of instructional resources and recommendation for purchase to our library media specialists in the school district. The next changes I'll just walk through, again, as briefly as I can, but I do want to point each out. Just a small change there. When it talks about each building will have a media technology advisory committee, and that committee is to be appointed by the principal, a little more direct language there, and to be chaired by school media specialists. There was feedback of wanting to make sure we had as many parent representatives and student representatives as we could when appropriate on our media technology advisory committee, so that although it's a small change, it indicates the need to be looking at having multiple parent representatives and student representatives when we can. We move forward to page 2, and it talks about objectives for selecting media and technology. At the top of page 2, you'll see that there were some questions that came up around this phrase here, so that's been taken out entirely. To this end, the Moore County Schools Board of Education, this phrase has been taken out in keeping with the ideas expressed in the Library Bill of Rights, so that's no longer in this procedure. Some small editorial fixes as we move down in the number 3, when it's talking about the things that the media specialists will be using, is they'll be selecting materials to provide materials and information that will enable students to comprehend their role as citizens in society. That's changed from a background of information to materials and information. We look down at C, process and criteria, and these are more minor things. We're going to get into the meat of the changes in just a few moments. Process and criteria for selecting media and technology. When you look down, it talks about library media specialists assisted by the Media and Technology Advisory Committee should use reputable, you took out unbiased, reputable selection tools prepared by professionals. We look down into number 2, when examining proposed resources, criteria should be used. Some minor edits there, materials reliability, including the standard which is accurate, authentic, up-to-date, authoritative, clear, skillful, and well organized. The other pieces have been taken out. Again, this is from listening to your feedback and working with Mr. Schwartz. Number 3, materials technical quality. It's been basically rephrased from the other statement to match its current technical standards with state-of-the-art capabilities. We go down into to D. This gets into procedures for maintaining the media and technology collection, which this is one of the goals of revising this procedure, was to be very explicit that we do expect our media technology specialists and our media and technology advisory committees to be looking at our selections in our schools continually. And this spells out, as you can see, it's added and at least annually to determine if any materials are obsolete, outdated, irrelevant, or no longer meets the criteria in this regulation. It also notes making sure you're bringing the Media and Technology Advisory Committee should use the standards that are in this regulation. So that's what that phrase contains to. So we go to E, procedures for reconsideration, and you can see as you move through the last 3.5 pages, there's a lot of red. So there are some changes here. We're looking at E, procedures for reconsideration of instructional resources. Again, it's still noting, and we want to be very transparent about how a parent and guardian can express concerns with materials and instructional resources. So it's spelling that out again. If a parent or guardian complainant has an objection, it's changed and capitalize that. That's a minor edit. Step 1 talks about the complainant going directly to the child's teacher. Yes, sir.
Before we go any further, I just want to point out the parent or guardian has been, let's see, give the parent. I know when we talked in the policy meeting, we took out citizens. Is that still the case here?
That's correct. It used to say if a member of the public, and now it changed that to parent or guardian because there's other ways members of the public can address complaints and concerns. And I felt it was important that we be very explicit of how parent and guardians can express their concerns. There is an addition at the end of this for board, if a board member has a complaint.
But I was just wondering if you could just.
Well, if you don't mind, Philip, so is it Moore County Schools' position that members of the public who are not parents or guardians or school board members? So let me rephrase that. Is it Moore County Schools' position that only parents, guardians, and school board members can raise concerns about media in our public schools?
No, sir.
So I don't see members of the public mentioned in here, but I do see members of the public referred to in the general statute. So that needs to be very clear in here that members of the public can also raise objections because that's how the statute reads.
Well, the way I viewed this, and again, consulting with our attorneys, is that members of the public, there are other avenues for them to address concerns.
And how is that?
We have our board's complaint policy. They can file a complaint with administration, and they can file that concern and complaint. They also can come and address their concerns as a member of the public at public comment. They can also, of course, contact the board member if they have a concern.
Well, but that's not how the
Hold
general
on,
statute
David,
reads.
give me just a second.
Yeah.
Go on.
I
Actually,
just, I
so,
mean,
so what, let me say this. So if a member of the public comes to me and say, hey, I have a problem with this, then I can initiate the.
Theoretically, you could,
Yeah.
yes, sir.
Okay, so, I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. It really doesn't. I mean, how can you justify if somebody's gonna give me a complaint, that I can make the complaint, but that person can't on their own? It doesn't make
They
sense to
can't.
me. No, yeah, but it's not gonna be taken seriously to this level,
Well, if they email.
as far as procedures.
Like if I had an issue and I email it to, let's just say Dr. Metcalf, he would take care of it, and then he would follow back on the feedback and say, hey, I took care of this, this is what's going on, and
I think
so I
the,
think that's what we normally do.
yeah, I think the problem is, you know, you have the public, they have something legitimately that they want to complain about, but you have just taken their right away so handedly, once this gets approved.
Well, I don't.
See it that way, but.
Well, it's not my job. I'm not debating with you, Mr. Holmes. I'm just saying I do believe there are provisions in our board policy that allows for anybody in the public to share a complaint, to file a complaint, and to address their concerns in that method, in that manner. But with that said, if the board would like to change that wording, that's certainly something that can be recommended and can be voted on by the board. It's, you know, the bottom line is, we really do need the purpose of this is to have a clear, articulated operating procedure to implement this policy, and we really do need to move forward with that. So I'm not trying to debate or be stubborn or whatever you might want to view it as. Simply want to be very clear and transparent about the process of how it's done. So that's really the desired outcome here. And when you're talking about instructional resources in a school, I do think the primary person that that's related to is parent and guardians, which is why it's worded that way.
the only other comment I have in relationship to this is the general statute mentions parents, students, teachers, and members of the public. And this regulation, a plain reading of it, takes away the right of teachers and members of the public to go through this challenge procedure. So, again, the North Carolina general statute gives teachers and members of the public the ability, I don't know if I'd call it right, but the right to challenge materials, but then we're writing a regulation that takes that away. That is my concern. And my concern is always that our policies and regulations follow the North Carolina law.
Do you
I
know
would
what
I would
those-
agree with that concern, and I
Yeah.
can verify that concern to
Okay.
make sure we're not outside of what general statute requires us to do. I agree. I always want to be aligned with general statute as well. I agree.
Dr.
Other than that,
Locklear,
this is a significant improvement.
do you know what the policy, with the actual policy, does it reference what David was just speaking to with regard to the parents, the students, the teachers, without, do you happen to know that right off? I mean,
I
we can-
won't
we
speak-
can
You mean
pull
the
it.
statute.
That's the statute.
That's
He's
the
referring to the
statute.
statute. I don't believe our board policy outlines all of those as Mr. Hensley says in the
Okay,
statute. So I
that's
need
my
to,
question.
I need to verify
Yeah,
that.
because if the board policy, it should address to what the statute.
Here's what the board policy says. Occasional objections to some instructional materials may be voiced by a parent or guardian, despite the care taken.
Okay. All right. Dr. Locklear, back to you.
Thank you. So if we go over to page, the process, the complaint, and I'm just summarizing because not a lot of this has changed. These are editorial changes. The complaint that first goes to the child teacher, the media specialist, their parent or guardian. works with them. If they don't feel like there's a resolution of that part or understanding of that part of why that instructional resource is being used, they can move to step 2, which is with a formal objection in writing to request for reconsideration, and then that would go to the Media and Technology Committee. There is an addition there to make sure it's very clear: no principal or other single individual has independent authority to limit or remove any material from general school-wide use. So it's explicit about that. Step 3, again, is going back to that Media Technology Advisory Committee where they're going to review it. They're going to make a decision on that review and that objection. 4 has some more explicit language on how a selection could be removed. If you look in 4A, it talks about the committee shall then make a decision on retention, removal, restriction, and it says if the committee in consultation with appropriate district staff determines that the material pervasively vulgar, educationally unsuitable, or is not age appropriate, the committee shall decide to either remove the material from instructional use or accommodate the particular student or parent. It does note before any material is removed, the committee must ensure that such removal will not adversely impact the alignment of the curriculum with current state instructional standards and its articulation from grade to grade. In B, 4B, it says, based on the criteria in subsection E4A, the committee may decide that school-wide removal is not appropriate. Alternately, the committee may decide to accommodate an objection with age-appropriate or other restrictions, including, for example, while requiring parental permission to check out materials. That was in the formal one that I presented in July. The committee will consider the effects on the curriculum, any burden on the school teacher or other students. If you step down into 5, it does again talk about what happens after the committee makes a decision. They would prepare a written report of their findings. If the principal was a part of that, they share that report with the principal. They then would share it with the chief officer and the complainant. That wasn't spelled out, that was inferred, but they'd share it with both the parent and guardian, the complainant, and the chief officer for academics and student support services, who reported to me. It did say may present previously. I want to be very explicit. I shall share it with the Board of Education. And the chief officer, academic student support services, will ensure that the material, if it's available in other schools, that principals of other schools are informed of the report. Now the appeal process has been totally revised. And I hope you had the opportunity to kind of look through this. And again, I apologize, this has taken some time, but I think it's important that we walk through this and see if there's any questions. So I appreciate your patience and engagement. Previously, we were going to use the student grievance policy 6902 to walk through any appeals, but under advisement of Mr. Swartz and some reflection with him, came up with this process. Within 10 days of receipt by the complainant of the Media Technology Advisory Committee's decision, an appeal may be filed in writing to the superintendent for review by an appeals committee. And that appeals committee wouldn't be just one singular person. It would be a committee made up of myself, the chief officer for academics, student support services, and the principal of the school. We shall meet with the complainant within 20 days of receipt of their appeal and shall consider the material, the complainant's objection, and decision of the Media Technology Advisory Committee. The appeals committee may either uphold the Media Technology Advisory Committee's decision or request that the Media Technology Advisory Committee reconsider its decision. The appeals committee may, but is not required to, make recommendations to the Media Technology Advisory Committee. The appeals committee shall notify the complainant and the Media Technology Advisory Committee's chairperson of this decision in writing within 30 days of its meeting with the complainant, unless additional time is needed and approved by the superintendent. You can look in 6.1. If the appeals committee chooses to uphold the Media and Technology Advisory Committee's decision, the complainant may then appeal to the board, as set forth in number 3 below. If the appeals committee requests that the Media Technology Advisory Committee reconsider its decision, that's sent back to the advisory committee. They shall reconsider the material in light of the appeals committee's requests and standards articulated in this regulation. The advisory committee shall then issue a new decision, and the complainant may appeal that decision to the board, as set forth in number 3 below. Any appeal to the board shall be made by filing a written appeal to the superintendent within 5 days of receipt of an appealable decision, which is noted above. As superintendent, I shall promptly notify the board chairperson, who shall initiate a review of the complainants by the board's appeals committee, who shall review the previous decision and recommendations of the committees and present their recommendation to the full board, and the full board makes the final decision on any appeal based on the standards articulated in this regulation, shall notify the complainant and the superintendent principal of that decision in writing within 45 days of the date of the superintendent's receipt of appeal, unless such time is extended by the board chairperson. The principal shall implement decision of the advisory committee unless and until that decision is overturned or modified on appeal. The final decision of that committee or the board upon appeal will be binding for 2 years from the date of issuance at the school where the complaint was filed, and no substantially similar challenges will be permitted during the 2-year period. So that's the appeals process from the complainant's perspective, which starts first to the superintendent and a superintendent appeals committee with chief officer, superintendent, and principal, then can be sent back to the school. If it's not sent back to school, the complainant can then appeal directly to the board. If it is, and the Media Technology Advisory Committee comes up with the same decision again, that complainant can again appeal to the board. First goes to the board's appeals committee to look at, and then have a recommendation for the full board to make a decision. Mr. Holmes, a question?
Yeah, Dr. Locklear, you did add this in here. The decision will be made binding for 2 years. You added that in here, right?
That is different from the 2017 version. That is correct. That was in the July version that I shared with you
I know.
last month.
Yeah, I just saw where it wasn't in red.
Yes, sir.
I thought, I didn't want
So
people to
that's-
think that it was always there when it wasn't.
It wasn't there in the version in 2017. The one I revised and shared with the board last month, it was, yes, sir. And the intent there, it's the exact same challenge, that it wouldn't go through the process again. Just, whatever decision was made would be binding for 2 years. So there was feedback and thoughts and reflection around a board-initiated review process. And again, appreciate your patience, appreciate your engagement, but I think it's important that we walk through this to see if you have any concerns or questions. F allows for a board-initiated review. Any individual member of the board may ask the board to vote to review materials provided by the schools. This request shall be considered by the board, and a vote whether an initiated review must be made in open session. The board may choose whether to request a review of the material for appropriateness under the standards in this procedure for individual school, or grade level span, or district-wide. If the request is for the removal of material from an individual school, the Media and Technology Advisory Committee of the school shall convene within 10 days of the board's request. That advisory committee shall use the standards articulated in this regulation to make its determination. The advisory committee shall submit a written report to the appeals committee set forth in section 6 above. You recall, that's the board's appeals committee that's set forth in section 6 above. The appeals committee may send a written report to the board, a request that the Media Technology Advisory Committee reconsider its decision. The Media and Technology Advisory Committee shall reconsider its decision if requested and issue an updated report. Once a final report is produced, it shall be sent to the board within 5 days. The board shall follow the procedures that are set forth above in E6-3 to make its final decision. Again, going to the board's appeals committee, who then brings a recommendation to the full board. If the request for the removal for material is for a grade level span for grade levels or district-wide, the superintendent shall appoint a separate district media and technology advisory review committee. The superintendent may appoint as many of these committees as needed, depending on the volume of materials challenged. For example, if there was one book, probably only need one advisory committee. If it's 20 books, probably want to use multiple district advisory review committees to help work through those challenges. So number 1 there, a district media technology advisory review committee shall consist of a building level administrator, professional media specialists, and parents. Can also include teacher, grade level department representatives, student representatives, myself, the chief officer for academic student support services. This district media and advisory technology advisory review committee shall consider the material in accordance with the standards of this regulation within 45 days of the board's request, unless this time is extended by the board's chairperson. The district media and technology advisory review committee shall issue its written report and recommendations directly to the board. Any decision to remove or restrict access to material from an individual school or district-wide must be made based on the legal standards articulate in this procedure, following review of the appropriate committee's decision. So, you can see certainly some major revisions from what was shared with you in July based on questions, concerns, and feedback. Happy to answer any additional questions that you may have. Yes, sir.
I noticed it said if any book is removed, and I think we ran into a situation like this for, say, 6 through 8, one middle school gets rid of the book, another one does not. And it's hard for me to grasp that. If you're dealing with the same age students, but at different schools, why shouldn't they be removed?
Well, our selection process is done through each school's media technology specialist and through their media technology advisory committee. So different schools may have different texts, number one. But you're talking about where one school in a middle school, they've decided to remove that text, and in another middle school, they use some other decision. If it's a school-by-school decision, that same process will remain intact. If there's a request to remove it across a whole grade level span, then you can see what the process would be if that came from the board level.
I think that would be better, and it would keep down the amount of times the committees would have to meet, each school. If you did it just across the county.
Well, that's a great question. The procedure doesn't allow for that. Mike, I don't know if you have any feedback on that either. But currently, a board member could make that request in this process. A board member could request, if the board voted on it, that we look at removal of a certain text across a whole grade level span.
I would strongly recommend, if we're gonna look at this policy, that we really need to consider, if we're gonna be removing something out of one school, it should be universal for all the schools.
I kind of have to disagree.
For the grade level.
I kind of have to disagree, only because each school is different in their own population. So depending on what the book is, but if it's something that is heavily on African American, versus, and it's something about African American heritage that maybe one area doesn't like and another area does. I guess it would depend on case by case on the book.
Yeah,
to me.
I'm talking about, sexual perversions in books is what I'm talking about.
Dan, what were your
You know,
comments?
I just have, the statute says that a local board of education may establish a community media advisory committee to investigate and evaluate challenges from parents, teachers, and members of the public. And that's all it says about parents in there. And our policy talks about parents and guardians. So I would like to see that our attorney see if our policy, if the statute does not agree with our policy, since we're only saying parents and guardians. But statute doesn't say, it just says the media center can evaluate complaints from any of those people. It doesn't say that everybody can. So I would like to see Richard's evaluation of our policy versus what the statute says.
And that was gonna be my comment, is I just asked if our policy, if the policy committee has reviewed our policy 5410. And if you have not, to me, we need to make sure that our policy aligns with the standard operating procedure. So maybe
I'm
we
gonna
need
look back
to
at
send that back to the
Dr.
committee.
Alpenfeld.
July 1, 2022, it has in here that it was.
We began to look at this policy, the policy committee doesn't deal with the regulation. So what we're looking at today, and especially all the red lines, are not something that the policy committee dealt with. All the printed red is new from the last time the policy committee met. Dr. Locklear shared the regulation with us at the policy committee because he wanted to be transparent in the procedures that he was hoping to put in place to handle any requests or, requests that came in from members of the parents, guardians, members of the public, whatever was listed on the thing. The actual policy 5410, we began to work with back in, I think, April. And Mr. Weber let us know that the School Board Association was working on a new policy, and I think, we didn't exactly table it, but we put it aside, waiting for him to come back with us with new recommendations from the School Board Association, which we never did get.
And we anticipate getting a new bucket of policy recommended revisions from the School Boards Association the last day of September is when
Okay.
they are expected to come out.
And we think there will be a new 5410 in that.
I have no
I
idea.
mean,
because
Mr.
I
Weber
haven't
felt like that was being worked upon.
And I just haven't seen them, so I don't.
So our policy, when I printed the policy, it says, has July 1, 2022 on there. Is that incorrect?
You're actually speaking, I think, Mr. Dennison, of the regulation, not the policy.
No, it's on our policy.
No, actually, it's just below the policy. It says, has an R beside it, and that was the policy, that was the regulation that he withdrew.
That was rescinded.
You're right.
No,
That
no,
was
I'm talking
rescinded.
about our policy, our actual policy for, oh, I see, okay, it is
5410 and 5410R.
It is, okay.
So, and that was withdrawn.
Yeah.
Right.
I got it.
Bob, what was your comments?
Yeah. First of all, let me say to thank Dr. Locklear. This is a vast improvement over what was before, but there's still a couple of problems. Number one, if we take a look at what this proposed regulation says, it says the board shall make its final decision based upon standards set forth in this regulation or whatever. And then it has a whole thing of how the board's supposed to review things and the like. With all due respect, Dr. Locklear, you can't put that in a regulation. The superintendent can't tell the board how to run its business. So this has to be sent, in my opinion, back to the policy committee, so that the policy committee, if nothing else, will label it a policy, so that the, number one, it would take the burden off of Dr. Locklear, but number two, I think it would be more legally effective, because I just don't see how Dr. Locklear can tell the board how to make a decision. I mean, it's just not, it's just the reverse of what is done. Now, next, I did notice that in the selection process, as well as in the review process, there was no age appropriateness. Okay, there's no criteria of age appropriateness. There is a criteria of age appropriateness in the removal of stuff, okay? But it needs to be in the selection of stuff, because if it's, I don't want to see anything removed, but I do want to see us take do more work in the selection of the items as opposed to the removal of the items. We would fare a lot better. So that needs to be inserted in each one of these things.
So are you saying like under
What
the
page
first
are you
part?
on?
C?
Well, for
Like
instance, where it
C1,
says-
it could be
Let me go to page
page
2-3. You probably would add a number 6. It says that the material must be age appropriate. And I would also add the term not indecent. And you can talk to the lawyer about the term indecent, which means something different from pornographic.
Well, we could use the same terminology that we've inserted, perhaps, under
Per-
number 4A.
perhaps,
Pervasively vulgar, educationally unsuitable, or is not age appropriate. You could
Right,
use
right.
that.
I think that's from the general statute. I think the
It is.
language that's changed to is from the general statute, if I recall correctly.
Right.
So at the bottom of page 2, You're right.
Actually, it's at the top of page 3, because at the
but it
bottom of
could
page
go-
2, it goes on to, there are 5 criteria.
But it could go on down, even with number 1 on the bottom of page 2, because it's already saying its direct relationship to instructional objectives, curriculum, and to the interest of students, and you could easily insert age appropriateness.
Oh, sure, you can,
in a line like that.
stylistically, you could do whatever
Yeah.
you want, but
Because I
it
think
just
that
should
fits
be,
in there.
should be age appropriate. And this should have something where, in the board review, that the board and maybe the committee perceives it to be consistent with the standards of decency to which Moore County children should be exposed. And you can word it any way you want. But now, yeah, the appeal from the complainant to the board is 5 days. Tell Jason, good trick, but I'm a lawyer. I know when you do 5 days what you're really doing. And you're trying to trap that complainant to making sure that that complainant doesn't, isn't able to appeal. Because when the complainant gets the letter, the complainant is likely to say, well, maybe I gotta talk to a lawyer, and maybe next week the lawyer will talk to me. So that should be probably at least 15 days between the complainant getting his final whatever approval,
Notice.
his final notice
Yeah.
from the committee or whoever's given that final notice, and appealing it to the board. Just give him a shot, you know? Yes, and this says that the board shall make, that's at the bottom of page 5. The board shall make its final decision based on the standards articulated in this regulation. No. The board should make its decision based upon all available information and
State law,
consistent,
the US
consistent with state
Constitution,
law and and the US
public-
Constitution.
public
Okay?
safety.
Well, the board is not bound by anything except the law. Okay, because the way lawyers might talk about this is that the board, or at least its committee, and certainly maybe the board too, should hear this matter de novo, which means, look, it's brand new, we got all the recommendations here, but now let's see. Maybe some board member has found something crazy in it. I don't know, because when we do it, each board member, just like in that last book, we're gonna have to read the book. Okay? So, and it's gonna be locked down for 2 years. Okay? So the board has to be able to say, I like this book stays. Okay? Or the board has to say, I don't like this book goes. And the first thing a court is gonna ask is, have you read the book? So, should be a de novo standard. Yeah, and you have an extension by the chair. Some probably should be subject to the board's approval. Who knows who's gonna be the chair, whatever, but I could see
That was my
some, you get somebody who's maybe not even elected to the board right now, becomes a chair, and that person just continues and continues and continues it, so the board's gotta be able to say, no, we're gonna hear it, we're gonna do it now. And that is my take on this. Once again, I thank Dr. Locklear because it's a vast improvement over the last thing, and these books can actually be removed. And, I think it helps.
So again, my question is, should we have our policy committee to review first the policy and get the policy finalized based upon our current rules, state rules? Or should we wait till September, October to when we feel like the rules are coming?
Ms. Thompson, the way that the policy reads is in its very last section, it reads in section E, challenges to materials will be addressed pursuant to the regulations attached to this policy. Policy is very broad, and the purpose, I believe, of this regulation is to outline in nitty-gritty detail this process. So I don't know the answer to your question.
Okay, so I guess I've heard conflicts that's within these, what I'm saying, standard operating procedure / regulations, okay, from what has been stated in the policy. So I just want the regulations and the guidelines within the regulations to be in accordance with our policy. And if that is true, then I have no problem.
But this, just let me say one thing. This should be the policy. We don't need, you shouldn't have a policy and a regulation, because this is telling the board what to do.
It tells you how to do.
Right, tells us how to do. The superintendent can't do that. Only the board can tell the board what to do. So you throw out the policy, what's existing in this policy, and this becomes your policy. Or you could, or if there's something relevant in the old policy, you can attach it to it. But the only person who can tell the board what to do is the board. The superintendent can't tell the board how to decide something.
Did you have a comment, David?
I do. I just have a couple quick comments.
Okay.
First of all, in paragraph F, I just want to make sure I understand and make sure the board understands. I have no objection to this. In fact, I think this is smart. Under paragraph F, board initiated review, page 6, middle of page 6, paragraph F. So as right there in the first paragraph, so if a board member wants to initiate a challenge, the first thing they do is make a motion to challenge the book, and then that's voted up or down. And if the board just says, votes against it, that's the end of it. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay, good. I think that's good, because why waste time if the board has no appetite for it? Okay, I just want to make that clear. Two other things. One is, I didn't see anything in here about the composition of the media review team, whatever committee. I think that there's two ways to look at this. The school board, we are the representatives of the people, right? Everyone else is representatives of the school system, and to some extent, being that they're all private individuals, they're representatives of the community, but we are representatives of the community. And that's why I think the general statute has the school board having ultimate authority, because we represent the community. That being said, I would like to see more voting members. One is, I think the last committee that was convened seemed awful seemed awful big. I mean, it was a huge committee. And it seemed like the committee was too large, and it seemed like it had too much representative from academia. And, I don't know what the ratio was. I don't know if it was 3-to-1 or 2-to-1, but I would like to see more public voting members. I would like to see more public voting members of the board, because the standard is community standards. And if your review committee comes from academia, that's not really community standards. So I just, Dr. Locklear, when you are looking at, and maybe we should codify this, maybe not, but I just think the committee could be smaller, less top-heavy, and have more citizen participation. And then, I'm not sure how you select your citizens. That's my second thing.
Can I feed off of that, just so
Yeah,
I don't
absolutely.
forget? With that being said, I think there was a lot of community, but then their names got out and they were afraid that they were going to be exposed and get bullied. So a lot of them dropped out because of that. So that was my question that's why I'm piggybacking on you, is
Yeah.
if they have a committee with parents and kids, if they can be not known, or if they can be
Or secret ballot. maybe.
secret ballot or something to that effect, so these parents don't feel like, I can't be on this committee because I'm going to get bullied, or even children.
Well, these committees, the way this current regulation is set forth, is this is a committee, first, the Media Technology Advisory Committees are appointed, or put together by the principal at each individual school. That's suggested by the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction, and that's why it's part of this process. It does require parent representatives, student representatives at the 612 level, and encourages multiple of them, Mr. Hensley. It doesn't say you gotta have 4, you gotta have 5, but the way this is set up on page 1, it does say that. The appeals committee, or the district advisory committee, would be appointed by me, the superintendent, and not the board. It does change the complexion of that. And I'd want to confirm with our attorney that that's not an open meeting, that it's not an open meeting that has to be noticed and has to be
Secret ballot
available
would be great.
for the public. I will also say that when Dr. Metcalf ran the board-appointed committee this past, several months ago,
Yeah.
seems like 3 years ago now, but several months ago, that was a open meeting, and then he did do the voting and the input through, if I'm not mistaken, Mike, through a kind of a closed ballot situation.
Tried to.
Yeah.
In the end, I think we had to open it up based on legal advisement. But my understanding through this process is that by making this the superintendent's committee rather than a board committee, we're not allowed or not required to have it be an open meeting, which allows open conversation.
Right. Yeah, so I think just in general, to summarize, I think smaller, more privacy so that, citizens who do want to step up and serve on these boards, they don't run the risk, or, faculty members or,
Right.
Anyone on that
Students.
committee can really speak in privacy
I agree.
and they can operate. And then, and then we'll have a public discussion and debate as required by law at the school board. And then one final thing, I think the fact, to Mr. Levy's point and Mr. Dennison's point, part of this confusion and my objection last month, and, maybe I was a bit strong, but, this was a regulation, and this regulation had two critical issues with it. One is it clearly ran afoul of the North Carolina general statute, and, that was a trend with our previous attorneys. I mean, that's no surprise that they would write a regulation that you just read it and compare it to the general statute, and you say, well, you can't do that, that, and that. I mean, that's one of the reasons why we have new legal representation, and we have a much better thing. Then the other thing I would say, the issue with it being a regulation is it wasn't voted on by the school board. It was a regulation, which the superintendent does do regulations, but, to Bob's point and to the point I made last month is, you don't delegate authority to yourself. I mean, that's just not the way that works. So just to be very clear, whether this actually should be a policy, but regardless of whether it is a policy or remains a regulation, it now conforms with the state general statute, and it's not delegating authority to yourself, which it just can't be done. Anyway, that's all.
Any other
I
comments?
just have probably a ridiculous question. Are all board members that review this thing required to read the book? Or whatever they're looking, whatever they're evaluating? I never saw anything in there that indicated, because I know people are just gonna look at specific parts of it. and make
It's
their
not
decision.
explicitly indicated in this. This is, again, just setting up the procedure of how the board will review it. And by no means is it saying what the board will decide or what it will do, but it's setting up that procedure.
Let me also add this. If you remove a book and you are sued because you removed the book, and you're put on the witness stand, the first thing they're gonna say is, did you read the book? Okay? And if you voted to remove the book, or maybe you voted to keep the book, whatever, and you didn't read the book, you're gonna look like a fool on the witness stand, and the judge isn't gonna give you much respect. So I don't think it's a rule but it's pretty smart procedure. If you're gonna say, we're not gonna have a book here, better read the book. And, hey, we ought to read anyway. There's plenty of stuff we ought to read.
Libby, did you have a
I've got
comment?
two concerns.
Okay.
On page 5 and under number 6, where this is under the superintendent's review committee. The superintendent's review committee, or appeals committee, excuse me, I guess it is, has the right to send a decision back to the media advisory committee. So what is the point in that, other than to ask them to change their minds?
Yeah, really. I was thinking that too.
If there's something that we feel like they need to reconsider based on the facts of the case, based on all the information, I don't think, at least when I'm superintendent, I wouldn't send something back to them without some information about why. And that there is no information, I think it's worth them reconsidering their decision. That would then, I would uphold, with the committee, certainly talk about upholding the decision.
As I just see that as pressure being put, if this committee is the superintendent, the chief officer, and the principal, that's pressure being put back on his media and technology committee. I didn't like the way you decided it, so I'm sending it back to you to reconsider. So I feel like that step is maybe out of line, because if you don't approve or agree with what that committee has decided, when you present it to the board, you're going to give us a different presentation. The school committee decided this, but your appeals committee doesn't agree, so we're presenting this to you. So I have concern about that pressure that a superintendent appeal committee would be putting on the school-based committee.
Unless they combined them.
Somehow, I don't know, but I mean, if you just don't agree with it,
Yeah.
I mean, that's why you're gonna be sending it back. So what is the point in that? The other thing under number 6, and this is the whole board-initiated review item, and I think this is, I mean, it may be necessary because board members are ones who hear from the public, and maybe, it's easier for a non-parent to call a board member and say, I've read X book, and it's really triple X book, and I don't think you ought to have it in your libraries. And so the board member can then initiate the review. But I also see it as opening the door for a lot of reviews, because I know firsthand that members of this community have, in working with national book banning organizations, have spread lists of books that need to be banned, or that they think should be banned. And what we don't want is to all of a sudden have our superintendent, our director of, our principals, and our school media people continually having to do book reviews. And I know, it's what, the top 20 books banned in the United States, that list is easily available. We don't need to see board members working their way down that list. And it says that you will appoint as many committees as are necessary to do this, but I see it as a revolving door with the potential for ongoing, continual requests for book reviews. And I think we need to tighten that up in some way, whether we're saying only one book review goes on at a time. I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is, but I think it really opens the door for a lot of challenges. So that's just my thought.
Yeah, just let me take one severe issue with the vice chair. We don't ban books. We don't have the ability to ban books. We have specialty libraries which have books and other things which are consistent with our curriculum. The public library is different, okay? They have different criteria, different everything. Now, we may remove a book from our library, but we haven't banned it, okay?
Yeah, well, if what you
And-
don't like is my use of the
Yeah,
term
it
banned
is.
book, that's fine. Edit all that out, and it says, Libby says, removal of a book from a library.
No,
Okay,
and
so that's-
I
that's it.
understand that. I don't mean to be harshly criticizing or whatever. I'm actually speaking to the public, not necessarily, because sometimes we use phrases, and I do it too, just phrases which come easy, okay? Like book banning, or like, there's a bill that says don't say gay bill or something like that. And we use it, and we don't really think about the fact that maybe we want to be a bit more precise, because we couldn't ban a book even if we wanted to, and the public is certainly okay to go to the public library and to go to Barnes and Noble or whatever and get them. But what we're saying is that a book or an item is not consistent with our curriculum or our curricular needs. One of the other questions, and I have a question, and that is, would it be proper at this time to refer this to the policy committee for further consideration?
Or perhaps, because it's not really policy at this point, unless you're wanting us to go back and rework policy 5410 and,
I'm
I don't know,
hoping that
adapt these regulations or procedures into that policy. That would be the only reason for the policy committee to deal with it. Otherwise, it would go back to the superintendent to reevaluate and to perhaps make changes as recommended.
Well, I personally don't see how this could be a regulation, because the superintendent is ordering the board to do certain things in certain ways, and I just don't think he has the authority to do
I
it.
guess that would be something we'd refer back to Mr. Schwartz.
And,
see
and,
which
and
way
I'm
it should
hoping,
go.
what I'm really hoping is that the superintendent will sit down with the policy committee, and we'll sit down with Mr. Schwartz, and we'll sit down with Dr. Appenfels, and we'll come back with, I mean, you've heard everything here. I don't think it's in proper shape to either endorse or not endorse next week. But I think we're fair, I think we're very close. I really do. And I think the proper place to consider this is the policy committee. And then we could always have our discussions further. Policy committee reports it out favorably or unfavorably. That's just my belief. So I'm gonna make a motion, and we'll see how far it goes, that this matter be referred to the policy committee to report back to us at our next work session.
Is there a second?
Can we vote? I don't think we can vote, can we?
Sure we can.
Sure we can
We
vote.
can
Vote
vote.
on anything.
Oh, okay, because I'm like, this is a work.
Second, now we can
Second.
vote.
Okay, like,
Well, I don't think, even as a work session, I think we can refer it back to the committee. We're not passing,
and
we're not
I'm-
passing anything.
I think that's what we need to do. I just feel that this, and I guess I'm going based upon sort of what I do. Basically, we develop policies all the time. But then you take the spin off from the policy and you, just like Dr. Locklear did, and you break it down into, okay, how does employees follow up? What do we do? What are the guidelines down at employee level? So that's what we're trying to do here. So, Dr. Locklear, if you don't mind, if you would work with Libby and Anita and just review this in accordance with the policy and make sure that everything is aligned, and then bring it back to the board.
That's also Philip, by the way.
Phil,
And
Philip's on that committee too.
Oh,
and
Phil.
Mr.
we-
Dennis, Mr. Dennis.
I think
Oh,
they're
so Mr.
saying,
Dennison is, I
Yeah.
didn't know that. too.
Yeah.
Whatever.
we can't put all this in policy, but I think we
No,
could
no.
put enough in policy that, you know, where we still have control, but
Yeah.
let the superintendent do some of the
Yeah, I mean,
nitty-gritty.
his
However
guidelines.
you want to do it,
Yeah,
it's
on
just it's a legal thing
Yeah, on how to
that I
carry it
just
out.
don't see how the superintendent, and I'm not saying the superintendent wants to do that. The superintendent just wants to,
Yeah.
to do something smooth, so the next time we get a request to remove a book,
Everything
we've
is-
got something cogent and there before us. And the superintendent has done a bang-up job getting it this far. We just have to
Tweak
carry
it
it
a little
across
bit.
the finish line.
Right. Okay.
and I think to Philip's question earlier about having citizens in there, maybe there even needs to be something about that so citizens know what to do
Right.
if they have a complaint.
Well,
I think
And
there
we need
is,
the legal
but maybe
opinion
just-
too of what
yeah.
we're required to do in there
Right,
versus
and you go
statute.
back to David's point on your statute
See, the statute doesn't say
comment what,
specifically.
but
It
I mean,
mentions,
the
you know,
statute,
he needs to
you
look at
said,
that.
Yeah, it talks about parents teachers, citizens, and I think guardians.
And
other
is that like
category
at a Raleigh or?
No, yeah, that's a stat,
What
North
is it?
Carolina
State.
statute.
Okay,
He
okay.
just needs to look at the statute and see if
Okay.
what we
I'll
come up with.
verify that with Mr. Swartz.
Yeah.
And reiterate that when you're talking about, you're right, when you're talking about an operational procedure, many times it can be very detailed. Many times it can be very, very much in the weeds of how you implement a certain policy, whatever that might be. We have several regulations and operating procedures throughout our board policies, but the board always retains the ability to say, Mr. Superintendent, Mrs. Superintendent, you need to take a look at this one. We're not too satisfied with this one, want you to rework it.
Yeah.
And we want you to bring this back and let us know how you've reworked it. The board always retains their authority with that. Want to emphasize that. And so again, the desired outcome in this, and I know this has been a bit messy. I appreciate the feedback of the board, and we'll get it right, and we'll get to a place that can reach the consensus of the board. But the whole desired outcome of this is to get to a place that we can implement this policy with
Yeah.
fidelity and an effective manner, and in a transparent manner with our community. So, thank you.
And I think we share Bob's comment, Dr. Locklear, all of us do, that what we have here today is much better than we have seen. So we appreciate your work and what you've done to get us to this point. I just think we're better off today than we have been.
Oh, yes.
I just want to point out that what's in our policy now for challenges to textbooks and other instructional materials, this is it. Challenges to materials may be addressed pursuant to the regulations attached to this policy. It's the only thing we have in our present policy.
Yeah.
So it needs a lot of work.
Okay, so next we're
No, 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 I
moving.
would call for a vote to refer it back to committee.
Okay, I thought we decided, but everybody in favor, let's say, aye, if you're in favor.
Aye.
Any that oppose?
I oppose, I don't think we need a vote.
Okay, so the vote carries 6-1. Okay.
Yes.
You could have just sent it back to policy.
So next we have, our agenda items.
We have one more item, Madam Chair.
And
I'm gonna have you take one, Fred.
we're gonna take one after this right here.
Okay.
Number F is
No,
school
you
board.
gotta do it. It's the E.
How about the
didn't do
budget
E yet.
resolution?
Oh, I've already put consent on here. Okay, so let's take a 5-minute break, you guys. We will call our meeting back to order, and we have one last pending action item for discussion, which is our amended budget resolution for our fourth quarter. Dr. Locklear.
Yes, ma'am. And first, I'd like to very quickly recognize Ms. Sherry Chance, who's serving in the interim executive officer of budget and finance. You know, Andrew Cox moved on, and I just want to say thank you to Sherry. She's got her feet in two fires, so to speak, holding in as the interim executive officer. She was hired a few months ago as our assistant director for finance, and so just really appreciate her hard work and efforts. And the whole finance team is doing a great job, so I just want to thank Sherry for that. But this is as you noted, Madam Chair, you'd already put it on consent. This is a routine matter for us, that the amended budget resolution. It basically notifies the board each quarter of where are we with our budget, what modifications have happened since the last quarter. You see a few more in this one as a result of the year-end closeout and some budgets being put into areas or moved around as part of that. Very quickly, if you look at the executive summary, it sums those up for you. State Public School Fund did have an increase. Majority of that was putting into the budget, and the required bonuses that the state put into the budget this year, the various bonuses that they put in throughout the year. So the majority of that is with that. The local current fund is just moving things around for the end of the year. No change in federal programs. Local capital, you see an increase of $1 million there. And I have to remind myself of where that came from real quickly. I had notes for the others. Let me remind myself real quick. Oh, yes, I had the note in the wrong place. I confused my own self, my own notes. But it's coming from basically the requirement that we have to put on our books, our lease purchases. And so this is now that these lease purchases are coming through us. That's the total of the lease purchases over the next few years. If you look at school nutrition, there was additional USDA funding that came down on the local operations fund. Those were changes that happen as part of the end of year closeout. So again, this is just the routine matters of certifying the various changes that happen in our budget as we close out the year in the fourth quarter. Ms. Chance is here and can try to respond to any questions anyone may have, and I can respond to questions that you may have.
Just one clarification. You say fourth quarter, that's the fourth quarter of the fiscal year, which ends, which ended, July 30th?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay, so we're not talking about anything in the future?
No, sir. We're
Okay.
talking about the last year. That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions? Thank you, Dr. Locklear.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
She's been sitting here all afternoon waiting.
And Ms. Chance. Yeah.
Say something, say something.
Hello.
Thank you for helping us out.
Yes, we
Thank you.
appreciate you. David, did you have something?
I just have, well, no, it's outside the scope. $175 billion is a lot of money per student. That's like $13,000 per student. I don't have an analysis of that. I just have, it's a lot of money. And I think that's $13,467 per student. I use 13,000 students. How many students do we have?
Roughly 12,800.
Yeah, so I use 13,000. That's $13,500 per student is what it costs to educate a student in Moore County schools. That's all.
Okay.
I would like to see how that compares over the last 5 years per student, I guess is what my ask is.
So for our agenda, and thanks again. Thank you for being here this afternoon. Thank you. We will have all action items, action item A, B, C, D.
Actually,
I thought D was pulled.
D is taken out,
Yeah.
so we take out D. And then item E is consent. Is everyone good with that? Okay, okay. And before we get into our next item, I just want to make everyone aware that Philip had to leave, so he's not with us for this last item. And this is just a report, information and discussion item on implementation of the 2021 K through 8 social studies standards. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I turn it over to our esteemed team, again, Dr. Metcalf, Ms. Gephardt, and Ms. Diane Fay, our specialist for advanced studies and social studies, just wanted to thank our board members who also came in and met with this team to look at the work that our curriculum instruction team and our teachers have done over the last year. The board may recall last year you voted to delay the implementation of the K-8 social studies standards until we could have better developed curricular resources. We could have some training for our teachers, and we could plan for their implementation. And you will also recall that we now have all of our curricular resources and materials now posted forward-facing for our parents to review and look at and ask questions about as they might like. So this is work that Ms. Fay and Ms. Gephardt have led over the course of this past year, and really appreciate their hard work, and we're fortunate to have them working with us. But I want to thank again Mr. Levy and Ms. Carter for coming in and consulting and advising, and as I've done in other cases, I want to give you the opportunity to respond in any way you might like to, any comments you want to make before we turn it over to our team for a very brief overview of the work that's been done to implement these standards.
Mr. Levy and I've spent a lot of time together reviewing curriculum lately. And you know, I went back, now that we had the link for all the social studies, you just don't realize how much you've forgotten until you see how much there is to learn. I spent a lot of time in the last week or so looking at looking at some of the curriculum plans that are on our revised social studies curriculum, the links that were provided for them, the lesson plans that have been done in advance for teachers, the resource materials that are provided, videos, old newspaper accountings, editorials from the 1860s, so many, many different things. It's absolutely amazing to see how your curriculum team has pulled together what they deemed essential in order to meet the state standards. And I was so impressed with how very carefully you have filtered through. The prospect of critical race theory does not rear its ugly head in our social studies curriculum. Obviously, not everybody always agrees on things. The pro and con editorials you had included from 1860 were a prime example, but I felt like that there was just an excellent job of giving overall coverage, looking at two sides to a question. I was amazed from grade, I think it was grade 4 up is what we were looking at, wasn't it? So much work has been put into it. I think people will be very pleased. The things that resurfaced in my mind as I looked through this past, and I paid very special attention to the U.S. studies, both the ones in the middle grades and then our U.S. history class on the high school level, to look at what was presented, and there's just so much to cover. Mr. Levy and I were talking during our session with you a couple weeks ago about the fact that the history doesn't get any shorter, but our legislature has made our U.S. history have to compact itself into one semester. And there's just no way that a student can learn everything they can possibly need in that one semester, but we sure are packing it in. And looking at this curriculum and seeing how, yes, you're really trying to give them a very broad, across-the-board viewpoint, it's astonishing. I really liked some of the new resource items that have been picked, especially the inquiry-based questions, because there's no better way for a student to learn than to teach it themselves. And that's what they have to do. So I think it's good to go, and you know, our teachers will handle this, and we'll be very pleased with what's been put together for them. Mr. Levy?
Yeah, well, one of the things about this was that on the healthful living stuff, I had that book, which was huge, for a long time and got a chance to read every word of it. I only got this as a link last week. As a matter of fact, just a few days ago. I don't, you must have had it a long time before me.
No, but I was at home sick.
Oh, okay, all right, because I cannot, in good faith, report to the board that I've read every word of it on that.
And I have not either. No, I
And
don't
on
say
that,
that.
I can tell the board that I read every word on the healthful living curriculum. Every single word, looked at every single picture. From what I have seen of it, I have not found anything woke, all right? I have not, I have found that there is an effort to present a good, solid American history, and some of the selections that you've made in terms of books, because we went over a bunch of the books that, which you used as supplemental material, had two things. Number one, they were diverse in terms of depiction of different ethnic groups, which I thought was a good idea. But number two, did not take that extra step to take the political position of some ethnic group might have, or something like that. It was very, very, very fair-minded, but I think has an appeal to everyone. I'm going to still take a look and read some more of it, because as I said, I've only had this for about 2 days. And what is this? It's about the same thickness, because I only have it as a digital item. But I will say that your team, it looks like it's doing as good a job on this as it did on the healthful living. If that's the case, fantastic, you know. And the other thing is that I think in terms of history, because I have a history degree, and as well as a social studies teaching certificate, a lot of it depends on the teachers, okay? And a teacher can go into left field and can do all sorts of things. So our curriculum is only the first step. And I know that your team will be looking at this and making sure that we present all aspects of history from a fair standpoint, but keep the woke out, keep the political dogma out, and let the kids go critically think about what their position should be. And I think this gives us a good base for that.
Well, we certainly appreciate your time. I think we spent almost a full day together between the puberty unit and this unit. So really thank you for your time and willingness to give us suggestions and input. Dr. Locklear is correct. I think it was back in August of 2021 where the board voted to put a pause on the implementation of the new state standards, the K-8 standards, until this year. You did that for several reasons. One, you wanted time to make sure we had the right materials in place. We've done some work on that. You wanted to make sure that our staff had the opportunity to be trained properly, and so that they understood the materials, understood what the standards were, understood where Moore County was with those standards, and also allow Department of Public Instruction to kind of catch up. They were kind of behind in providing some of those resource materials, and so by delaying for a year, it was felt by the board that we'd be able to kind of put our teachers in a better position to implement those standards, and we're ready to do that. Diane Fay has spent the year, along with the many other things that she's done this year. It's not like she's just focused on this one thing this year, but she spent a lot of time upgrading our materials, reviewing those materials, bringing new things in, and training our staff so that they're in a better position to implement
Well,
these
let me also add one other thing.
Mhm.
We did discuss, and I still want to bring this up, and I want to bring this up to the board, that I personally favor looking again at textbooks, Because one of the, even if you're not gonna issue a textbook to every child, I know that's expensive, all right? But having textbooks in the back of the room is important for one aspect, is that our teachers are good people, but they don't have the PhDs and the like to create in concise language the things that you can find in a textbook. However, we do want to give them the freedom to go beyond textbooks and to give kids the whole panoply of things to think about. But in terms of pacing and in terms of making sure that the students are getting a good look at the entire lens of history, we should look to investing some money in good textbooks to help the teachers, not to tell them what to teach, but to help them, and especially help them in their pacing. Because our teachers, no matter how good they are, and I think we're asking them to write, each teacher to write a textbook, or at least each committee from the social studies department of a particular school to write a textbook, and that's too heavy for many teachers. Just a thought about that.
What to respond to that, what I found was that the pacing guide is there. That's in, as you dig into that,
No,
there's a
I
pacing
know
guide.
that, yeah.
And a lot of those links were directly into textbooks, that then gave you the page out of the textbook, such that the child can read it, can read the discussion items, can answer the questions, whatever. So I was really pleased with those links that it gave it, because I know that textbooks are just not being printed anymore. And kids don't want to carry them around, we know that, because they're especially U.S. history, because it just gets bigger and bigger. But I was really pleased at the links for the resources that it provided the teachers, because it does eliminate, maybe not totally, but at least some of the need to have a textbook in hand.
Well, let me hand things over to Diane. She can go through some of the work that she's done, the professional development she's provided, the plans moving into this next year, and the resources that we have available to our teachers.
So we did a significant amount of professional development last year. We provided a 3-hour session in the fall and the spring for all of our teachers, focused specifically on those standards. I've tried to follow a pretty similar format for each grade level, and so we spent some time really diving deep into the different strands, understanding what the different elements within social studies meant. But then also taking some time to really explore inquiry, because that was the new piece of the social studies standards that our teachers weren't as familiar with. So we dug into that inquiry, we talked about what those standards meant, what the skills were involved for each student, and then each PD session, we gave teachers a chance to experience the inquiry by modeling a lesson for them. And I linked the 4th grade spring PD so that you can kind of see the format that we followed there. In this particular professional development, I took a lesson that we had found from the National Park Service on the Little Kinnikeet Life Saving Station, and then modeled that for teachers of what that would look like in a 4th grade. How could we turn that into an inquiry that explores the impact that those life-saving stations had on the economy and on the social development of the Outer Banks? So that professional development really was the first kind of step into getting our teachers to experience what the change in the standards meant. It is very much engaging in doing that social studies work and getting our students to do the work within the documents themselves, and even down into our elementary grades. So that professional development was really key to that. The thing I'm probably the most excited about are the resources that we have purchased this year. In our K-3 grade band, we have identified what I'm calling the kits of children's books or trade books. And we have brought these materials. If you're interested in looking at them, you can certainly do that. But the example you can see there is the kindergarten kit, and these books are all aligned to the social studies standards. We had teachers over the summer who wrote interactive read-aloud plans so that teacher can pick up that book, pick up that plan, and they know immediately how to implement that in their classroom and to really see what social studies looks like. Particularly at our elementary grade levels, those teachers have focused so much on those foundational reading and math, and with letters layering onto that. We want to give them that kind of ready-made pickup. This is what good social studies instruction looks like, and this is how you can integrate that meaningfully within your classroom, within your ELA. So every teacher, kindergarten through 3rd grade, will get that bag, that kit, with the books and with the lesson plans ready to go. It is very much our intention to continue that, and so looking to add 1 or 2 books for each grade level each year, and just continuing to kind of build that library for our teachers. The other thing that was purchased for elementary is a book called Inquiry-Based Lessons in U.S. History. It is kind of designed for a grade span, so starting with 5th, but it could go all the way up to 8th. We thought it was probably most appropriate for our 5th grade teachers to use, and that is a supplement to a textbook that we had purchased several years ago for their use. But really, again, getting them focused in on that inquiry, looking at U.S. history through questioning. And those are things that are referenced on the curriculum documents for teachers. For our middle and high school span, the biggest purchase we made was the document-based question project, or DBQ project. That has been around, these materials have been around for a very long time. But being able to physically buy those for our schools, get those in the hands of teachers, that is something that we're excited about. There are document-based questions there all the way from the 6th grade through all 4 of the high school courses. So there's materials aligned to help support all of those courses. We also bought for our 6th and 7th grade teachers the inquiry-based lessons in world history, which is similar to the inquiry-based lessons in U.S. history. Again, a little bit shorter activities than the document-based questions, but all focused on that lens of questioning and inquiry and getting students into the primary source work. And then for our high school, teaching world history thematically, which kind of helps our high school teachers thinking about reframing world history and not only looking at it chronologically, but looking at some of the big concepts and themes that emerge, things about government, citizenship, authority and power, and how to kind of pull those themes out to really get students to understand a bigger picture. And so that's been a support that we've worked into those documents. So all of those resources were implemented and put into place this year. PD went along with those so that our teachers would know how to use those resources effectively. As with pretty much everything else, they can pick and choose pieces within that, but they do have the full collection at their disposal to use. So a big piece of our curriculum work, as Ms. Carter indicated, all of the documents on the website are undergoing revision and being updated. We've posted now for kindergarten through high school at least the first 9 weeks or the first semester for every grade. I'm still working on a few of the elementary ones and getting final edits and additions made. But all of the pacing guides and the unit guides have undergone revision. That is not possible without an amazing team of teachers that work over the summer. They do an incredible amount of work looking for resources, vetting resources, making sure that links are stable, adding all of that to the curriculum resources. And we have come a long way in the time I can remember since I left the classroom, when we were not one-to-one yet and we were still teaching from a textbook, to where we are now, and the amount of things that are available and online for our teachers is amazing and incredible, but it's also wonderful to have teachers who can sit and go through that and kind of narrow that field a little bit. So all of that work has been done. The unit guides are being posted and updated. One of the additions that we had made last year, the board's suggestion was the last updated date on all those documents. So as we update them, you'll see those dates reflect changes. And then the other bulk of the curriculum work was in that K-3, and that was writing the read aloud plans that accompany all of the books that go within those kits. And those have been kind of also a labor of love and work, right? We're continuing to edit and tweak and adjust those But again, we want to give our teachers a really good example of this is what elementary social studies can look like and how you can integrate that within what you're doing in your classroom every day. So that was the bulk of our curriculum work. I feel a lot more comfortable, I think, now going forward. I know our teachers have a good grounding in the standards. They have a good understanding of how these resources fit within those standards and within that inquiry strand. It is our intention to continue with the professional development for this year, really focusing on that inquiry. How do we use inquiry strand in our lesson design? We're going to focus very intentionally on some writing with our secondary folks. The big piece of the DBQ project is the writing component and asking students to write argumentative essays with supporting evidence from the documents that they've analyzed. And we have done a really good job on analysis of sources. I think our teachers are all very comfortable teaching that. They're not as comfortable maybe teaching the writing portions of that, so that's going to be a focus for us this next year. K-5 really continuing to use those children's books and trade books and the nonfiction texts as that entry point. So how do we use those to get some background knowledge built within our students? So I jumped a couple of things. I know I jumped over the curriculum document site. We can certainly navigate to a grade level and a unit. If you don't mind doing that, Mr. Bachelor.
So while he's doing that, so
Yes.
what you're saying to me is that I can get rid of all my Scholastic Teacher Helper magazines?
Probably so.
Remember those?
I do remember those. I do. Actually, one of the
We've moved a bit past
Yeah, I
that.
have a lot of them if you need them.
Right, we moved a little past the magazines, but one thing I've worked over the summer with some of our instructional support facilitators on is taking the little like accompanying books
Yeah.
that came, so it'd be like Art Around the World.
Yeah.
Taking those books and showing how you can turn that into a meaningful interactive read aloud, because we have so many of those little books that would come with a book adoption.
Yes,
That's
great.
Yeah, so it's been great. So this is our main curriculum landing page. If you'll click on the 6-8, we're going to take a look at 8th grade social studies.
Can we go back and show
Yes.
where it is on the
Absolutely.
homepage
So
first?
from the Moore County page, you'd go to the academics drop down, and then the curriculum and instruction, and it's the MCS curriculum documents. And so if you click on that, it will take you to this landing page. That first link links out to the curriculum document page, and then the second link is if you find errors or believe there's a link that isn't giving you access to something, you can fill that second link out, and that notifies us. But from this page, you can get to all of the curriculum that is posted. We are going to take a look.
How much of the curriculum is posted as we sit here?
First 9 weeks.
So right now, I have every grade level has been updated. Some grade levels, particularly in the elementary, only have the first 9 weeks posted right now, or the first
Okay.
semester posted. But everything has been moved to the new units and the new pacing.
I'm sorry, when you say that, for all curriculum or just social studies?
All curriculum has
That's
been
awesome.
updated.
That is awesome.
So what we're looking at here is not just the social studies 6, 7, and 8, but is all curriculum
Correct.
for 6, 7, and 8.
Correct.
Because when you
So
click
go
on
ahead
one
and
of
click on
those, it
8.
shows you the
Yeah,
that's
Or 7. It doesn't really matter which grade, they're all up there, so.
Right.
But you can click any of those subjects and it will get you to the curriculum documents.
Awesome.
So if you'll do social studies. The first thing anybody will see is the main kind of pacing guide, which gives our teachers and the public an idea of what's covered, a rough understanding of what fits within the week spans, and that's broken out by the 9 weeks. Most of them include a little section at the end, a week or two at the end, to help manage reviews and EOGs and final exams. But otherwise, it's all paced out within that. Obviously, we know there's going to be some flexing within individual schools, but each unit there is linked. So if you'll pick a unit. This gives us the unit title and overview, covers the inquiry standards that are, that band that's within that grade span. And then the content standards looks at the other disciplines, the other domains within social studies. So the behavioral sciences, economics, geography and history, civics and government, which doesn't have any standards on this one. Go ahead and scroll down. We have some essential vocabulary. The suggested pacing is actually something we have added this year. It's to give our teachers an idea of, okay, if I have 5 weeks, how do I break down the content topics to make sure that I adequately hit what should be hit within this unit over the time frame? Again, we encourage teachers to flex that with and discuss that with their professional learning team and within their community. We did not account for things like early release days and holidays, and because I'd be going in and adjusting this every year for little dates like that. So we expect there will be some flexing within this by the teachers. And then the bottom is where really kind of the bulk of the teacher's work generally lies. We have some learning targets there to give a teacher an idea of what should be the daily tasks that a student would accomplish. That essential factual content. So we are not going to be able to teach everything, but if you could only teach a few things, these are the things you absolutely should hit on to make sure that we are staying true to the standards. And then textbook alignment or aligned resources is the last column. And that is where we have put in things like the inquiry-based lessons in world history, which is that book that we bought for all the teachers. Focus Middle School World History is an economics book that we bought for schools. New Visions is an open curriculum source that came out of New York and has been developed. So we've just gone through and tried to find relevant links, links that are stable, links that align to good quality social studies instruction or good quality materials, and then provided those so that teachers can use them as they are planning their lessons, their daily lessons.
Can you pick one and let's click on it?
Mm-hmm. Do it different.
You have to make sure you
They want you to verify yourself. It's okay.
No, this is a serious question on this.
Yes.
Is this what the public would see?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the
The
public would have to
login.
verify
Login.
itself with a password or something?
Most of these links don't require verification. I'm not sure why this is.
I would just,
I
I would
didn't have
just
it
point
too.
out,
As I was going through,
No.
I didn't have to.
I'm
I
sure
didn't- yeah.
there's some glitches that you'll find with IT, but hopefully you, as they come up, you'll be able
Yes.
to work with IT and you'll be
Absolutely.
able to do it. You know, one of the things, while he's looking at that, I wanted to point out, is that in Northern Virginia, I believe it was Northern Virginia, they had to like go to court and couldn't do what you're doing here by showing the public exactly what we're teaching. So
Right.
that is so important in terms of transparency, in terms of trust that the public has to have in us. And your work is very much appreciated.
I think you should market this with the other school districts in North Carolina.
We
Make sure you have a
discussed
good
that.
market.
Yeah, I wonder how many people are stealing our work.
Yeah.
It's okay, because I go to their sites and I steal their good stuff and put it on ours too.
Yeah, but you could put a copyright sign on this and we could sue the heck out of them. I'm joking, of course.
Anything that is not linked, for example, you'll see like we've typed in the inquiry world history resources there. It's because it's something that came out of a copyrighted book, or the DBQ materials are copyrighted, so we cannot scan those and post those publicly. We have physical copies. We can make as many physical copies as we need, but we cannot post them anywhere without violating that copyright. So if it's just text, it's because of that copyright restriction, but those resources are all available at every school, and so if a parent wanted to see them, it'd be a simple matter of contacting the child's teacher or the principal and arranging that.
Great.
Thank you so much, Diane.
Absolutely.
Diane did bring her crate of materials. So after the meeting, anybody interested and want to look at some of the books that she's got her crate with her. She takes it everywhere she goes.
The DBQ books are especially good, knowing that our AP classes really focus on DBQs. I mean, that's a big part of the AP exam. And that you're prepping kids for doing this advanced level of writing, starting, I don't know, what grade did you start that, 6th grade? It's really good. And I don't know if you tried it, the other board members, if you click on this white block that was in our PowerPoint presentation, that takes you directly into those documents. And I didn't have any trouble clicking on any of them to go through and look at them, so.
Thank
And,
you.
and by the way, if you want to raise a child's writing ability up at least a year or two, ban the word "and." Call it ban the ampersand. And then tell them one verb and one subject, okay? And then, the rest, they can do on their own. I'm sort of joking, but not quite, because I've done a number of writing seminars doing exactly that, by trying to get them to get rid of the word "and" also write a simple declarative sentence. And it's amazing what happens when that occurs.
Well, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, we will be sharing with the board at some point much of the work that we do every summer. We try to report back to the board, but this gives you a sample of some of the work that our fantastic teachers are doing.
And we appreciate, Diane, we appreciate your work and everything that you do with your team, getting this out. It's just amazing that we have this awesome tool posted on the website for our parents to be able to go in and see exactly what's being taught. So thank you for all the work that you've done in doing this. Board members, you have any comments, questions?
Great job, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Great job.
Absolutely. And to have all subjects, not just the social studies subject, but to have all subjects out there on forward-facing for our parents is awesome. It's truly awesome. At this time, thank you again, and board comments. We'll start with David. You got anything additionally?
I just want to talk about how great this is, and a couple things about having a public-facing curriculum. A, as everyone knows, transparency, there's no downside to transparency. It builds trust, it builds confidence. We have nothing to hide, and if you leave it up to people's speculation, they're gonna not speculate correctly, right? They're gonna assume the worst. And we have to give credit where credit's due. Is Dr. Grimacy unilaterally, if everyone thinks back, Dr. Grimacy, because we were talking transparency and other issues, and to my recollection, Dr. Grimacy just said, we're gonna make all of our curriculum forward-facing, because I almost fell out of my chair, and I'm like, that's awesome. I don't even think this was particularly a board initiative, other than just saying, hey, transparency. So anyway, excellent job. Dr. Grimacy came up with this. Not sure where it originated, but I think this is awesome. And again, this will cure a lot of issues with people speculating incorrectly. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Ed,
I spent a lot of time talking.
you have
No
anything?
other comment.
Okay,
Thank
Bob?
you for all,
Yeah.
great
Any
job.
comments?
Yes, I do. I got a phone call a couple of weeks ago, and it was from a parent who apparently had initially enrolled her child or her children, and I didn't want to be very, very opaque with this because I don't want to identify who it was, or I don't want anybody to know who it was. And they had a special needs child. And so they got they wanted to go into one of our charter schools, and while I'm a supporter of charter schools, okay, they were discouraged, okay, heartily discouraged from bringing their child to that particular charter. And talking to this parent, I said, well, in Moore County Schools, we welcome all students of all types, and especially children with special needs. and I think this kind of made her happy. But one of the things that I wanted to do here today was to give a special shout out to our special ed teachers who I've been in these self-contained classrooms, and they do it day in and day out, and they do God's work, okay? Because I'm not sure, I know I couldn't do it day in and day out. Just doing it 1 day or 2 days really exhausted me. And we have some of the best special education I think you can find anywhere. So I believe in charters. I believe there's a good place for charters, but the public needs to know that we do some things that charters can't or won't. And that's the reason why when it comes to schooling, we have blend ed, we have Connect Academy, we have person-to-person education, we have EC, all forms of special ed, including including gifted and talented. So we run a panoply of all students, of all needs. And that's, I think, important for the county to know when the county funds us, and they do so. I think sometimes we don't think it's as generous as it should be. I think it's pretty generous. And I just want to give a shout out to those teachers who make it possible.
Thank you. Stacy?
I just wanted to, just to thank you guys and even central office staff for anytime one of us has a question or an email from a concerned parent, you guys take care of it right away. And it really doesn't go, I notice it. And Seth, I have to say, especially to you, I'm constantly feel like I'm bugging you. So I just wanted to personally say thank you for always just, being free and letting us just email you and you responding right away and taking care of business. So I appreciate that.
Libby?
No comment.
Dr. Locklear, did you have anything else to add by chance?
No, ma'am, nothing to add.
Okay. Okay. As always, we appreciate you and your leadership and always having items available and ready with your team, with Dr. Metcalf and Dr. Powers and Dr. Appenfels. We appreciate the work that goes in behind the scenes to get us to this point today. And so with no further comments.
Madam Chair, move the meeting be adjourned.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Let's go home.
I think Philip opposes.
Yeah, let's go home. He doesn't get a vote.
6-0.
I went back to, I told her last weekend, and so she's going to school fresh.